Hey friends! Glad you're here at Gringotts Hub. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry audited the Merlin vault and found Dumbledore had stolen 5 million galleons over 10 years? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Ledger. The letter arrived at 7 minutes past 3 in the morning. Harry knew the exact time because he'd been staring at the ceiling for hours, counting the cracks in the plaster and trying not to think about Cedric Diggory's empty eyes. Sleep had become something that happened to other people, people who hadn't watched a classmate die in a graveyard, people who hadn't felt Voldemort's fingers on their face like a lover's caress turned wrong. The owl was small and grey and utterly silent. It didn't tap at the window like Hedwig would have. It simply appeared on the sill as though it had always been there, a rectangle of cream-colored parchment tied to its leg with black ribbon. Not red. Not the Hogwarts seal. Black ribbon, and when Harry reached for it, the owl bit him, hard enough to draw blood, and then pressed its beak to the wound as though tasting him. What the owl released the letter and vanished. Not flew away. Vanished, like smoke pulled through a keyhole. Harry sucked his bleeding thumb and stared at the parchment. The seal was a coat of arms he'd never seen, a vault door surrounded by crossed axes, pressed in gold wax. He broke it open. Mr. H. J. Potter, discrepancies detected in quarterly reconciliation of account 687 and affiliated hereditary holdings. Unauthorized disbursement pattern flagged by automated ward audit, Goblin Statute 1447, Section 12. As primary account holder, your presence is required for mandatory disclosure proceedings. This notice is generated independently of any magical guardian notifications per Gringotts Sovereign Protocol. You have 14 days to present yourself or the matter will be resolved internally per Goblin law. Gringotts Bank Reconciliation Division. Harry read it 3 times. Then a fourth. The words that stuck were unauthorized disbursement and independently of any magical guardian notifications. That second phrase meant something. It meant this letter had been sent without telling Dumbledore. He sat on the edge of his bed in the dark of number 4, Privet Drive, and felt something shift in his chest. Not grief, not the numb horror that had been his constant companion since June. Something sharper. Something that had been trying to grow for years, beaten back by exhaustion and gratitude and the desperate need to believe that someone was looking out for him. Unauthorized disbursement. Someone was stealing from him. No. He read it again. Discrepancies detected. Past tense, ongoing. Pattern. This wasn't a one-time mistake. This was systematic. Harry folded the letter carefully and slid it beneath his mattress. Then he lay back down and stared at the ceiling again, but now the cracks formed something different. Not a map of his insomnia. A plan. He had 14 days. He wouldn't need half that. Getting out of Privet Drive was laughably easy when you stopped caring about the consequences. Harry waited until Vernon left for work at 7:30, until Petunia settled into her morning routine of watching the neighbors through the kitchen curtains, until Dudley's thunderous snoring confirmed he wouldn't surface before noon. Then he packed his trunk, shrunk it with a bit of wand work, the ministry could send all the warnings they liked, and walked out the front door. The morning was grey and damp, typical Surrey nothing weather. Harry made it to the end of Privet Drive before he felt the ward boundary like a soap bubble popping against his skin. He kept walking. 3 streets over, he raised his wand hand and the night bus exploded into existence with a bang that set off 2 car alarms. "Welcome to the Diagon Alley," Harry said, shoving 11 sickles into Stan Shunpike's hand. "Fast as you can." Stan blinked at him, recognition flickering. "Blimey, is that, now, Stan?" The ride was brutal and short. Harry didn't sit down, just braced himself against a bedpost and let the lurching momentum keep his mind focused. By the time the bus screeched to a halt outside the Leaky Cauldron, it was barely 8 in the morning. Gringotts opened at 8. Harry moved through the pub with his head down, not out of fear but efficiency. Tom the barkeeper opened his mouth to greet him and Harry was already past, already tapping the bricks, already through the archway before anyone could process what they'd seen. Diagon Alley was mostly empty at this hour. A few shopkeepers sweeping their stoops, a delivery wizard levitating crates of potions ingredients. Harry's trainers slapped against the cobblestones as he walked, not ran, he wasn't running from anything anymore, toward the white marble edifice at the end of the street. The doors of Gringotts stood open. Harry climbed the steps and crossed the threshold, and the two goblin guards flanking the entrance tracked him with black eyes that missed nothing. Inside, the bank was cathedral quiet. A few early customers at the long counter, speaking in murmurs. Harry bypassed them all and walked directly to the nearest available teller, a goblin with a nose like a hatchet blade and fingers stained with ink. "I need to speak with someone from your reconciliation division," Harry said. He placed the letter on the counter, seal facing up. The goblin looked at the letter. Then at Harry. Then at the letter again. Something shifted in its expression, not warmth, goblins didn't do warmth, but a kind of vicious satisfaction. "Wait here, Mr. Potter." It was not a long wait. They took him deep. Deeper than the vaults, deeper than the cart tracks, into corridors carved from raw granite that thrummed with old magic. The goblin who escorted him was tall for his kind, nearly 4 feet, and walked with a military precision that reminded Harry of the way Moody, the real Moody, moved. In here. The room was a conference chamber, round-tabled, lit by floating orbs of pale blue light. 3 goblins were already seated, and they rose when Harry entered, a gesture of respect he hadn't expected. "Mr. Potter." The eldest of the 3 stepped forward. He wore armor beneath his banking robes, actual gleaming mithril mail, and his eyes were the color of ancient gold. "I am Director Ragnarok. Please sit." Harry sat. He didn't fidget. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. He just waited, and something in Ragnarok's expression suggested this was the correct response. "You received our notice," Ragnarok said. "I did. You came quickly. You said there were discrepancies." Ragnarok's lips peeled back from pointed teeth in what might have been a smile. "Discrepancies. Yes. That is a polite word for what we have found." He gestured to the goblin on his left, who produced a leather-bound ledger thick as a dictionary and laid it on the table between them. "Before we proceed," Ragnarok said, "we must verify your identity beyond the blood seal on the letter. Standard procedure for matters of this magnitude." Harry offered his hand without hesitation. The third goblin, small, scarred, with a missing ear, produced a silver knife and made a precise cut across Harry's palm. 3 drops of blood fell onto a sheet of parchment that blazed gold, then settled into lines of text. Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Rose Potter née Evans, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Peveril, heir by blood conquest to the house of Slytherin, heir by maternal blood to the vault of Merlin. Harry stared at the parchment. The vault of Merlin. Ragnarok's golden eyes fixed on him with an intensity that was almost physical. "You were not informed." "No. Your magical guardian did not inform you." "No. Dumbledore," Ragnarok said the name like it was something rotten, "was required by goblin law and wizard law to inform you of all hereditary holdings upon your 11th birthday. He signed documents stating he had done so." The sharp thing in Harry's chest twisted. "He lied." "He lied," Ragnarok confirmed. "And that is the least of what he has done." The director opened the ledger. Pages and pages of transactions, dates, amounts, authorization signatures. Harry leaned forward and began to read. The first entry was dated November 3, 1981. 3 days after his parents' murder. 3 days after Dumbledore had placed him on a doorstep in the cold. Withdrawal, 50,000 galleons. Authorized by APWB Dumbledore, Magical Guardian. Purpose, ward establishment and maintenance. Harry looked up. 50,000 galleons for wards. Blood wards of the type placed on your relative's home, said the scarred goblin, speaking for the first time in a voice like gravel, cost approximately 300 galleons to establish. Maintenance is negligible. The blood of the resident does the work. So where did the other 49,700 go? An excellent question, Mr. Potter. Ragnarok turned the page. One of many. The entries continued. Monthly withdrawals, quarterly withdrawals, annual lump sums. Some small, 1,000 here, 500 there, marked as educational trust maintenance or guardian discretionary. Others were enormous. 200,000 galleons in August 1991, the month before Harry started Hogwarts, marked simply as security arrangements. 300,000 in June 1992, after the Philosopher's Stone incident, marked as facility repairs and containment. He charged my vault for the repairs to Hogwarts. Harry said, his voice very quiet. He charged your vault for a great many things, Mr. Potter. Page after page. The numbers climbed. The justifications grew thinner. By 1994, Dumbledore wasn't even bothering with detailed explanations. Just order operational expenses repeated month after month, 50,000 galleons at a time. Harry did the math in his head as he read. By the time he reached the final entry, dated just 3 weeks ago, June of this year, the total made his vision blur. 4,873,000 galleons, Ragnarok said. Over approximately 13 years, though the bulk, nearly 5 million, was taken in the last decade. Primarily from the Merlin vault, which you were never told existed. Harry sat back in his chair. The blue lights overhead hummed. His hands were steady, which surprised him. Tell me about the Merlin vault, he said. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, as though Harry had passed some test. The Vault of Merlin is not merely a vault. It is a legacy. Merlin Emeries established it before the founding of Hogwarts, keyed to his bloodline. When that bloodline passed through the Evans family, yes, Mr. Potter, your mother's blood carried it, it became your inheritance. The vault contains not only wealth but artifacts, texts, and sovereign political rights that predate the Ministry of Magic itself. How much is in it? Currently? After Dumbledore's withdrawals? Ragnarok's teeth showed again. Approximately 47 million galleons. Properties across Britain and the continent. Controlling shares in 14 magical enterprises. And the Merlin seat on the Wisengamot, the highest-ranked seat in magical Britain, dormant since 1743. Harry processed this. 47 million. Even after what Dumbledore had stolen, 47 million galleons remained. The number was abstract, impossible to relate to the cupboard under the stairs, to his second-hand everything, to the pitiful trust vault he'd thought was his entire inheritance. He kept me ignorant, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Deliberately and systematically, Ragnarok confirmed. He also blocked 3 inheritance notifications from reaching you, intercepted 2 audit notices prior to this one, and filed paperwork claiming you had been informed and had delegated full financial authority to him. That paperwork. Does it have his signature? Verified magical signature. Yes. Good. Harry looked up from the ledger and met Ragnarok's eyes. That's evidence. Something changed in the room. The 3 goblins exchanged glances, quick and sharp, and Harry could feel their attention intensify. What would you have us do, Mr. Potter? Ragnarok asked. First, revoke all access Dumbledore has to any vault associated with my name. Every vault, every account, every authorization. Effective immediately. Done, said the scarred goblin, who was already writing. Second, I want every Canute traced. Where did the money go? Not just the categories in this ledger. I want names, accounts, recipients. Every person who received stolen money from my vaults. Our forensic division can complete this within 72 hours. Third. Harry leaned forward. I want to know what my legal options are. Wizard law and goblin law. Every possible avenue. Ragnar's smile was a terrible thing, full of teeth and ancient grudges. Under goblin law, theft from a client vault is punishable by the seizure of all assets of the thief and their immediate surrender to the wronged party. Under wizard law, the theft of this magnitude by a magical guardian constitutes a Class 1 fiduciary crime, punishable by life imprisonment in Azkaban. And if I wanted to pursue both? Then Albus Dumbledore would lose everything he owns and spend the rest of his considerable lifespan in a cell. Ragnar paused. However, you should know that pursuing this will make you enemies. Dumbledore has spent decades building alliances, collecting debts, positioning himself as indispensable. Many will choose his side regardless of evidence. Let them, Harry said. Ragnar tilted his head. You are not afraid. I've faced Voldemort 4 times and I'm 15 years old. Dumbledore is a thief and a liar, but he's not a Dark Lord. Harry paused, considered. At least not yet. There is one more matter, Ragnar said. He reached beneath the table and produced a small box of dark wood, ancient and worn smooth. The Merlin vault contains a ring. As head of the bloodline, you are entitled to claim it. Doing so will formally activate your inheritance, your political rights, and... He hesitated, the first uncertainty Harry had seen from him, the magical legacy bound to the bloodline. What does that mean? The magical legacy? We are not entirely certain. The records speak of amplification. Enhancement. Merlin was the most powerful wizard to ever live, Mr. Potter. His vault was designed to pass that potential to his heirs. Harry looked at the box. It was such a small thing to contain so much possibility. He opened it. The ring was silver, no, platinum, no, something else entirely, a metal that seemed to shift between states, liquid and solid at once. Set in its center was a stone that burned with deep violet light, not a gemstone but something raw, like a piece of crystallized magic. Harry picked it up and slid it onto his right ring finger. The world shifted. It wasn't dramatic. No explosion of light, no thunderclap, no prophetic vision. It was subtler than that. It was like he'd been wearing glasses his entire life, which he had, and someone had cleaned them perfectly for the first time. Everything was sharper. The magic humming in the walls of Gringotts, the wards layered over every surface, the life force of the 3 goblins across from him, he could feel it all, not as a new sense but as an old one finally uncovered. The blue lights overhead flared, just slightly, responding to something they recognized. Well, Ragnar murmured. That settles that. Harry flexed his hand. The ring fit perfectly. It had always been meant to fit perfectly. What do I owe Gringotts for this audit? Harry asked, because his mother had raised him. No. His mother hadn't raised him. No one had raised him. He'd raised himself, but he'd done a decent job of it, and he knew you paid your debts. Consider it a professional courtesy, Ragnar said. A theft of this nature from a vault under our protection is an insult to Gringotts itself. Our interests are aligned, Mr. Potter. We want Dumbledore to suffer for this as much as you do. I don't want him to suffer, Harry said, and the goblins looked at him with something like confusion. I want him to lose. There's a difference. Suffering is temporary. Losing is forever. Ragnar laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, but it was genuine. You are your mother's son after all. She said something similar once, when she opened the Merlin vault for the first time. Harry went still. My mother knew about the vault. Of course. She was the heir before you. She and your father spent considerable time here in the months before their deaths, making arrangements for your inheritance. Arrangements that Dumbledore. Ragnar's expression darkened. Circumvented. Another theft. Not gold, this time. Knowledge. History. His parents had left him more than money, they'd left him a legacy, and Dumbledore had stolen that too. I need a solicitor, Harry said. The best one in magical Britain. Money is no object. We would recommend Solicitor Aldrich Vane of Vane, Thorpe and Associates. He has represented several ancient houses against the ministry and won every case. He also, if it matters, despises Albus Dumbledore on a personal level. It matters. Set up a meeting for this afternoon. As you wish. Ragnarok rose, and the other goblins rose with him. Is there anything else? Yes. I need access to the Potter family vault, not the trust vault, the main one. And I need somewhere to stay that isn't my relative's house and isn't anywhere Dumbledore can find me. The Potter family owns a flat in London, above a shop in Horizon Alley, adjacent to Diagon but far less trafficked. It has been empty since your parents' death. Shall we have it opened and warded? Please. Harry stood as well, and as he did, he caught his reflection in the polished granite wall. He looked different. Not physically, still the same thin, messy-haired teenager, but there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there this morning. Something that looked like purpose. One last question, Harry said at the door. The people the money went to. The Order of the Phoenix, do they know where the funding came from? Ragnarok's expression was carefully neutral. Some, perhaps. Others, likely not. Dumbledore is skilled at compartmentalization. Harry nodded slowly. Find out which ones knew. I want to know who chose to benefit from a stolen orphan's inheritance and who was kept in the dark. He left the chamber and walked back through the granite corridors, past the deep vaults, past the cart tracks, back up into the marble lobby where morning light now streamed through high windows. He felt the weight of the ring on his finger and the weight of what he'd learned pressing on his shoulders, but he didn't stoop under it. He'd carried worse. The flat above the apothecary in Horizon Alley was dusty but beautiful. 2 bedrooms, a study lined with bookshelves, a sitting room with tall windows that looked out over a quiet cobblestone lane. Harry could feel the wards the moment he crossed the threshold, old protections, Potter magic, humming in recognition. He spent an hour cleaning. Not with magic, he'd think about the restriction on underage sorcery later, about what emancipation would mean for that particular leash, but with his hands, finding satisfaction in the physical work, in making something his own. When the flat was livable, he sat at the desk in the study and began to write letters. The first was to Sirius. Padfoot, I'm safe but I've left the Dursleys. Don't panic. Don't tell Dumbledore where I am. Don't tell anyone. I've learned something about Dumbledore that changes everything, and I need you to trust me before you trust him. Come to Gringotts tomorrow at noon. Ask for Director Ragnarok. Tell them the Merlin heir sent you. I'll explain everything. But Sirius, don't tip him off. This is important. Harry, the second letter was to Neville Longbottom. This one required more thought. Neville, I hope your summer's going well. I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Has Dumbledore ever made decisions about your life that didn't make sense? Things involving your parents, your inheritance, your place at Hogwarts. Have you ever felt like pieces were being moved around you that you couldn't see? I'm asking because I've found out some things. About my own situation. And I think you and I might have more in common than we knew. If you want to know more, write back to this owl. It's warded, no one else can read your response. Harry, the third letter was the one that surprised him. He wasn't entirely sure why he was writing it, except that he'd paid attention in 4 years at Hogwarts, and he'd noticed things. Daphne Greengrass never followed Malfoy. Never sneered at Muggleborns. Sat in the back of every class and watched everything with cool blue eyes that missed nothing. She was ranked 3rd in their year academically, spoke 4 languages according to Hermione, and her family was one of the oldest neutral houses in magical Britain. Harry needed allies who could think politically. Hermione was brilliant but she thought in terms of rules and fairness. Ron, Harry's chest hurt, thinking about Ron, about whether the Weasleys had known, thought in terms of loyalty and chess moves. Harry needed someone who thought in terms of power. Miss Greengrass, we've never spoken, which is itself interesting given that we've shared classes for 4 years. I suspect you've been as deliberate about that distance as I've been oblivious to it. I'm about to make a very public move against a very powerful person. The kind of move that reshapes alliances across magical Britain. I think you might find it interesting. If you'd like to hear more, respond to this owl. If not, burn this letter and forget it. No hard feelings. Harry Potter. He sent all 3 with Hedwig. She'd arrived within an hour of him reaching the flat, as though she'd been waiting for him to finally go somewhere sensible, and one of the Gringotts owls he'd been provided. Then he made tea, because he was British, and because the world was more manageable with a cup in his hands, and he sat by the window and watched Horizon Alley wake up below him, and he thought about Albus Dumbledore. The thing was, he wasn't even surprised. That was what burned the most. Not the theft, though the scale of it was staggering, but the fact that some part of him had always known. Had always felt the wrongness of it, the careful orchestration of his life. Why had Hagrid been sent to collect him? Hagrid, who worshipped Dumbledore, who would tell Harry exactly what Dumbledore wanted him to know and nothing more. Why had no one ever mentioned his family's history, their wealth, their political standing? Why had the Weasleys, God, the Weasleys, just happened to be on the platform that day, Molly asking loudly about Muggles? Maybe it was innocent. Maybe some of it was coincidence. But Harry had been raised in a house where every kindness had a price, and he'd learned early to recognize the shape of manipulation even when he couldn't name it. Dumbledore had cultivated him. Kept him small and grateful and dependent. The Dursleys weren't a protection, they were a tool. Keep the boy starved for affection and he'll bond to the first person who shows him warmth. Keep him ignorant of his heritage and he'll never question why he's being aimed like a weapon. Harry sipped his tea and felt the ring pulse gently on his finger, warm as a heartbeat. No more, he said to the empty flat. Aldrich Vane was a tall man with silver hair and the kind of face that looked like it had been carved for a courtroom, all sharp angles and controlled intensity. He arrived at the flat at precisely 4 o'clock, as arranged by Gringotts, and he brought with him a leather briefcase that looked like it cost more than the Dursleys' car. Mr. Potter. He shook Harry's hand with a grip that was firm without being aggressive. I'll confess, when Gringotts contacted me, I assumed it was a minor matter. An inheritance dispute, perhaps. Then they told me the amount, and I cleared my calendar for the month. Sit down, Harry said, gesturing to the study. Tea. Please. Harry poured, and Vane settled into the chair across the desk, opening his briefcase with practiced efficiency. I've reviewed the preliminary documents Gringotts provided. Before we discuss strategy, I need to understand your objectives clearly. What do you want from this, Mr. Potter? Restitution? Criminal prosecution? Political destruction? All 3. All 3, Harry said without hesitation. But I want them in the right order. I want his political power gone first. Then criminal charges. Restitution last. I don't actually need the money back. I need him to lose it. Vane looked at him for a long moment, then smiled, a razor of a smile that belonged in a courtroom. You understand that Dumbledore will fight this with everything he has. He's Chief Warlock. He has the Ministry in his pocket, or at least significant portions of it. He'll claim the expenditures were necessary for your protection, for the war effort. There is no war effort. The Ministry says Voldemort isn't back. Vane's eyebrows rose. Ah. You intend to use Fudge's denial against Dumbledore. Dumbledore can't claim he spent my money fighting a war the Ministry says doesn't exist. Either he admits Voldemort's return, which makes Fudge look like a fool and turns the Ministry against him, or he has no justification for the withdrawals. Either way, he loses. That is. Vane set down his teacup. That is remarkably sophisticated reasoning for a 15-year-old. I've had a motivated education. Clearly. Vane pulled out a sheaf of parchment and a self-inking quill. Let me outline what I can do. First, emancipation. You're 15, but as the last heir of an ancient and noble house, multiple houses, in fact, you can petition for early majority. Normally this requires a guardian's consent, but given that your guardian is the subject of criminal proceedings, we can bypass that. I can have you legally emancipated within 48 hours. Do it. Second, the Wiesengemot seat. The Merlin seat is yours by blood right. It doesn't require appointment or election. You simply claim it. However, and this is crucial, it hasn't been active in nearly 3 centuries. When you activate it, every political player in Britain will notice. You need to be prepared for that attention. I'm Harry Potter, Harry said dryly. Attention isn't new. Vane's smile sharpened. Fair point. Third, the criminal filing. We can submit charges to the DMLE, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but I'll be frank with you, the current head, Amelia Bones, is competent and honest, which works in our favor. However, Fudge will try to suppress it. Let him try. If he suppresses a case against Dumbledore, I'll leak it to the Prophet and let them explain why the Ministry is protecting a thief. You have a contact at the Prophet? I will by tomorrow. Vane was quiet for a moment, studying Harry with those courtroom eyes. Then he nodded, once, decisively. I'll take the case. Pro bono. I can afford, I know you can. I'm doing this pro bono because Albus Dumbledore destroyed my father's career 30 years ago over a political disagreement, and I have waited my entire professional life for someone with the standing and the spine to challenge him. Vane's expression was controlled, but something burned behind it. You have both, Mr. Potter. It would be my genuine pleasure to help you take that man apart. Harry extended his hand across the desk. Then let's begin. That evening, Harry sat in the study with the Merlin Vault inventory spread across the desk. The goblins had provided a complete catalogue, and it was staggering. Beyond the gold, 47 million galleons, a number that still didn't quite feel real, there were properties. A manor in Scotland. A villa in southern France. A townhouse in Wizarding London. The flat he was currently sitting in. Shares in Nimbus Racing Brooms, in Flourish and Blots, in the Daily Prophet itself, a controlling 12% stake that had been sitting dormant for 14 years. 12% of the profit. Harry circled that entry and moved on. Books. The vault contained a private library of over 6,000 texts, some dating back to Merlin's era. Artifacts whose descriptions made his skin prickle. A staff. Robes woven with enchantments lost to modern knowledge. A pensive older than Hogwarts. And then there were the political assets. The Merlin seat, yes, but also hereditary appointments. The Potter seat on the Wiesengemot, separate from the Merlin seat, giving Harry 2 votes. The Peveril claim, which granted veto rights over certain types of legislation. A dormant seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Dumbledore hadn't just stolen money. He'd stolen power. He'd kept Harry ignorant of a political position that could have challenged every decision Dumbledore had made for the last decade. Harry leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The ring pulsed on his finger, and he could feel his magic responding to it, not growing, exactly, but clarifying. Like muscles he'd always had were finally being used properly. He thought about what Ragnarok had said. Merlin was the most powerful wizard to ever live. And his magic was in Harry's blood, unlocked now by the ring, growing stronger by the hour. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Harry drew his wand. The restriction didn't matter anymore, not with Vane filing emancipation in the morning, and moved to the entrance. Through the door, he could feel a magical signature. Familiar. Warm. Canine. He opened it. Sirius Black stood on the landing, gaunt and wild-eyed, still wearing the robes he'd been living in at Grimmauld Place. He looked at Harry and his face crumpled with relief. Harry. Harry. What the hell is going on? Your letter, Merlin heir, Dumbledore, Harry stepped aside. "Come in. Sit down. This is going to take a while." Sirius came in, looking around the flat with confused recognition. This was James's place. Before your parents moved to Godric's Hollow, they lived here. "How did you?" "It's mine," Harry said. "It's always been mine. There's a lot that's always been mine that I was never told about." He closed the door, reset the wards, and turned to face his godfather. "Sirius. I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me." Sirius looked at him, really looked, past the kid he remembered, at whatever Harry had become in the last 12 hours. "Anything. Did you know about the Merlin vault?" Sirius blinked. "The, what?" "The Vault of Merlin. My inheritance through my mother's bloodline. 47 million galleons and political power that predates the ministry." Sirius's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. "Lily's vault? The one she found in, Harry, I knew she had an old bloodline vault, she was over the moon about it, but I never knew the details. James and I were going to wait until you were older and," he stopped. His eyes sharpened. "Why are you asking me this?" "Because Dumbledore has been stealing from it for 13 years, Harry said flatly. "Nearly 5 million galleons. And I need to know if you knew." Sirius went white. Not pink, not pale, white, the color of someone whose blood has simply stopped moving. He sank into the nearest chair like his legs had given out. "He what?" "I have the records. Every transaction. His magical signature on every withdrawal. He filed paperwork saying I'd authorized it. I was a toddler when it started, Sirius. He's been draining my inheritance since 3 days after my parents were murdered." Sirius was shaking. His hands, his jaw, his shoulders, a fine tremor running through him like an earthquake's aftershock. "I'll kill him." "No." Harry's voice was sharp. "You won't. Harry, you're a wanted fugitive. If you touch Dumbledore, you go back to Azkaban and this time they'll make sure you never leave." Harry crossed the room and knelt in front of his godfather, meeting his eyes steadily. "I am not going to lose you to this. We do this my way. Legally. Publicly. We take everything from him, his reputation, his positions, his freedom, and we do it so thoroughly that no one can ever call him a great man again." Sirius stared at him. The trembling slowly stilled. "When did you grow up?" he whispered. "I didn't have a choice." Sirius closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were red-rimmed but focused. "Tell me the plan." Harry told him. All of it, the audit, the goblins, Vane, the emancipation, the Wisengamot seat. Sirius listened without interrupting, his expression cycling through shock, rage, grief, and finally settling on something that looked like fierce, burning pride. "The Merlin seat," Sirius said when Harry finished. "Harry, do you understand what that means? That seat outranks the chief warlock. It outranks everyone. Dumbledore's entire political position is subordinate to the Merlin seat." "I know. And the ring, you're wearing it, I can feel it." "Christ, Harry, you're magic." Sirius reached out and gripped Harry's hand, the one wearing the ring. "I can feel it through your skin. It's like standing next to a bonfire. It's been growing since I put it on. I can feel the wards in this building. I can feel the magic in the street below. I could feel you coming before you knocked." Sirius laughed, a wild, slightly unhinged sound, but genuine. "Merlin's blood. Literally. James he'd be so proud, Harry. He and Lily planned for this. They wanted you to have this. And Dumbledore took it from me." Harry squeezed his godfather's hand. "I'm getting it all back. And I'm making him pay. But I need you with me, Sirius. Not as my protector, as my family. I'm with you. No hesitation. No conditions. Whatever you need. I'm with you until the end. Harry smiled. It wasn't the polite smile he wore at Hogwarts, the one that said everything's fine, don't worry about me. It was sharp and real and just a little bit dangerous. Good. Because tomorrow we start dismantling an empire. The response from Neville arrived just before midnight. Short, hurried, written in a hand that shook. Harry, yes. God, yes. Things about my parents, about the prophecy, about Gran and Dumbledore and decisions made without my input. I've felt it for years. I thought I was paranoid. Tell me when and where. I'm in. Neville Daphne Greengrass's reply came 20 minutes later. Hers was longer, written in elegant script on cream parchment, and Harry could almost hear the cool, measured voice behind it. Mr. Potter, you are correct that my distance has been deliberate. In Slytherin, proximity to you has historically been either dangerous or politically costly. I observe. I wait. I have been waiting for something exactly like this. I am very interested in hearing more. Name the time and place. I will ensure I am not followed. One condition, I will not be a pawn. If you want a soldier, find a Gryffindor. If you want a strategist, we can do business. Daphne Greengrass. Harry read both letters twice, then burned them in the fireplace. He stood watching the embers, feeling the ring pulse with his heartbeat, feeling his magic unfurl in his chest like wings he'd never been allowed to stretch. Dumbledore was out there right now, probably sitting in his office, sucking on a lemon drop and feeling secure in his web of control. He didn't know yet. Didn't know that his access had been revoked, that a solicitor was preparing charges, that the boy he tried to keep small and grateful had found the truth and chosen war. He'd find out soon enough. Harry turned from the fire and walked to the window. Horizon Alley was dark and quiet below, but he could feel the magic of the city around him, thousands of lives, thousands of stories, an entire world that had been shaped by Dumbledore's invisible hand for decades. Time to cut that hand off. He went to bed, and for the first time since the graveyard, he slept without dreaming. Chapter 2, The War Chest. Harry woke at dawn to the smell of bacon. He was on his feet with his wand drawn before his eyes fully opened, heart hammering, but the magic in the flat was familiar, warm, safe. Sirius. He'd forgotten that Sirius had stayed, had taken the second bedroom, had been there when Harry finally let himself sleep. He found his godfather in the kitchen, looking more alive than Harry had seen him in months. Sirius had shed the grey, haunted look of Grimmauld Place like a snake shedding dead skin. He was cooking, actually cooking, not just heating things with his wand, and humming something under his breath that Harry recognized as an old Weird Sisters tune. Morning. Sirius turned with a spatula in hand and a grin that took 10 years off his face. Eat. You've got a full day. Harry sat at the small kitchen table and accepted a plate piled high with eggs, bacon, toast. He ate mechanically at first, then with genuine hunger. When had he last eaten a proper meal? The Dursleys' idea of feeding him had been cold soup pushed through the cat flap. I've been thinking, Sirius said, dropping into the chair opposite with his own plate. About the order. About who might have known where the money was coming from. And Moody probably knows. He's Dumbledore's right hand, has been for 30 years. Handles the operational side. If money was moving, Moody was moving it. Sirius chewed his toast thoughtfully. Snape knows. Guaranteed. That greasy bastard keeps track of every Canute that crosses his path. The Weasleys? Sirius hesitated. That hesitation told Harry everything, but he waited. Arthur and Molly. I don't think they know the source. Molly's talked about Dumbledore's fundraising, the sacrifices he makes for the cause. I think she genuinely believes it's his money. Arthur's too honest to take stolen gold knowingly. Sirius paused. But the kids, Ron, the twins, they'd have no idea. Harry nodded. He'd hoped that was the case. He didn't want to lose Ron, not really, but he'd accepted overnight that it might happen anyway. Loyalty to family was a powerful thing, and if the Weasleys felt attacked, "I'll deal with that when it comes," Harry said. "What about Lupin?" Something flickered across Sirius's face. "Pain. Remus follows Dumbledore. Always has. Even when it costs him. I love him, Harry, but he's not, when it comes to Dumbledore," Remus doesn't question. "He's too grateful for what Dumbledore did for him at school. So he can't know yet." "Not yet." "No." Harry pushed his empty plate aside. "Right. Here's what today looks like. Vane is filing the emancipation petition first thing. Gringotts is completing the forensic trace on the money. I'm meeting Neville at 10 and Daphne Greengrass at noon, both here. And at some point today, Dumbledore is going to realize his access has been cut off. What happens when he does? He'll try to find me. He'll go to the Dursleys first, they'll tell him I left. Then he'll try to track me, but this flat is under Potter wards layered with goblin security. He can't find it unless I want him to." Harry met Sirius's eyes. "He might come to you. Let him." Sirius's grin was all teeth. "I'm a very good liar when I'm motivated. You can't let him know you're aware." "Not yet. If he realizes we're connected on this, he'll adapt too quickly." "I know." Sirius's expression sobered. "I'll go back to Grimmauld Place. Play the miserable prisoner for a few more days." "But Harry," he reached across the table and gripped Harry's arm. "The moment you need me there openly, you say the word. I'm done hiding." "Soon," Harry promised. "Your name is on my list. One of the things the Merlin seat can do is demand a trial for any witch or wizard who was denied one. We're going to get you free, Sirius. Properly free." Sirius's grip tightened, and his eyes went bright. He didn't speak for a moment. When he did, his voice was rough. "Your parents would be so bloody proud of you." "Go home," Harry said gently. "Play your part. I'll send word tonight." Sirius stood, transformed into Padfoot with a fluid grace that still amazed Harry, and padded to the door. He looked back once, one yellow canine eye that held more love and loyalty than Harry had ever received from a human gaze, and then he was gone, slipping into the early morning like a shadow. Harry washed the dishes by hand. Then he sat at the desk and prepared for war. Neville arrived at 10 o'clock sharp, which told Harry something about how badly the other boy wanted answers. The Neville who stepped through the door was not quite the round-faced, nervous boy from school. He'd grown over the summer, taller, leaner, and there was a set to his jaw that spoke of decisions already made. "Harry." Neville gripped his hand firmly. His eyes moved around the flat, taking in the wards, the expensive furnishings, the stack of Gringotts documents on the desk. "This isn't what I expected. Sit down. I'm going to tell you something that's going to make you angry, and I need you to hear all of it before you react." Neville sat. He folded his hands in his lap with a stillness that reminded Harry, oddly, of Professor Sprout, patient and grounded and waiting. Harry told him. "Not everything, not yet, but enough. The Merlin vault. The theft. The systematic concealment of Harry's heritage. Dumbledore's manipulation over 13 years. Neville listened without interruption. His face went through a journey, surprise, confusion, the slow dawn of recognition, and then something that settled in his eyes like stone. Not anger, exactly. Understanding. "The prophecy," Neville said when Harry finished. "What about it?" "Dumbledore told my gran, years ago, that the prophecy pointed to you. Only you. That I was never really a candidate." Neville's voice was measured, controlled. "But my gran, she remembers things differently. She remembers Dumbledore visiting, right after my parents were attacked. Remembers him being very interested in whether I showed accidental magic. And then one day he just stopped being interested. Decided I wasn't useful. Neville, he put my parents in the path of the Lestranges. It wasn't a question. Neville said it flat and certain, like a fact he'd known for years but never spoken aloud. My father was an Auror. He was good, one of the best. But Dumbledore specifically asked him to investigate a lead on the Lestranges. Alone. With only my mother as backup. Gran found the letter after, Dumbledore's handwriting, asking Frank to go to that specific location. Harry felt cold. You think he set them up? I think he needed the prophecy narrowed down to one candidate. Neville met Harry's eyes, and there was nothing soft or uncertain in that gaze. I think he decided you were more useful than me, and he needed my parents out of the picture so there'd be no ambiguity. No alternative. The flat was very quiet. Harry could hear the tick of a clock somewhere, the faint sounds of the alley below. Can you prove it? The letter exists. Gran kept it. She never trusted Dumbledore after what happened to my parents, but she couldn't act alone. She didn't have the resources or the political standing. Neville leaned forward. But you do, Harry. If what you're telling me is true, if you have the Merlin seat, the money, the legal backing, then we can prove all of it. Not just what he did to you. What he did to everyone. That's exactly what I intend to do. Harry stood and crossed to the desk, pulling out a blank parchment. I'm building something, Neville. Not just a legal case, a coalition. People who've been used, manipulated, damaged by Dumbledore's chess game. When I take my seat on the Wizengamot, I'm not going alone. I'm going with enough evidence and enough allies that he can't spin his way out. What do you need from me? That letter, for starters. Your grandmother's testimony if she'll give it. And I need you, Neville, your name, your house, your presence beside me when this goes public. The Longbottoms are a respected name. It matters. You have it. No hesitation. Neville stood and extended his hand, and when Harry took it, there was a solemnity to the gesture that went beyond a handshake. It felt like an oath. The House of Longbottom stands with the House of Potter. Harry smiled. Good. Now, have you eaten? There's tea, and I've got another guest coming at noon that I'd like you to meet. Who? Daphne Greengrass. Neville's eyebrows rose. The Slytherin? The strategist, Harry corrected. Trust me on this. Daphne Greengrass arrived at exactly noon, because of course she did. She was the kind of person who would consider both earliness and lateness to be tactical errors. She stepped into the flat and her cool blue eyes catalogued everything in under 3 seconds, the wards, the Gringotts documents, Neville sitting by the window with his tea, Harry standing at the desk with the Merlin ring clearly visible on his hand. Her gaze lingered on the ring for a fraction longer than anything else. Potter. She was taller than he remembered, willowy, with dark hair pulled back in a simple braid that said I'm not here to impress you. Her robes were expensive but understated, deep blue, well cut, no ornamentation. She carried herself like someone who'd been trained from birth to walk into rooms full of power and remain unimpressed. Greengrass. Thank you for coming. Thank me after I've decided this is worth my time. Her eyes moved to Neville. Longbottom. Interesting company you're keeping. Greengrass, Neville said with a nod that was polite but wary. Sit, Harry said. I'm going to be direct, because I think you'd find anything else insulting. You think correctly. She sat in the chair he'd indicated, crossing her legs at the ankle with perfect posture. Everything about her was controlled, deliberate. Harry recognized it because he'd spent years learning to control his own reactions, though for different reasons. He didn't preamble. He laid it out, the theft, the amount, the evidence, the political dimensions. He watched her face as he spoke, and what he saw was fascinating. No shock. No outrage. Just a sharpening focus, a brightness in her eyes like a hawk sighting prey. 5 million galleons, she said when he finished. Over 10 years. From the Merlin vault. Nearly 13 years total. The bulk in the last decade. And you intend to prosecute. I intend to destroy him. Harry said it simply, without drama. Legally, politically, completely. I want him stripped of Chief Warlock, stripped of Hogwarts, stripped of everything he's built. And I want it done publicly enough that no one can call it a vendetta. Daphne was quiet for 10 seconds. Harry counted. What do you want from me specifically? She asked. I need someone who understands the political landscape of the Wizengamot. The alliances, the grudges, the pressure points. I need someone who can look at this situation and tell me not just what to do, but what Dumbledore will do in response. I need a strategist, not a soldier. Your words. My words, she acknowledged. And what do I get? What do you want? Her lips curved, not quite a smile, more an appreciation of the question. My family has been neutral for 3 generations. Neutral means safe, but it also means powerless. When you take your seats on the Wizengamot, and I assume you're taking both the Merlin and Potter seats, you'll be the single most powerful voting bloc in the chamber. I want an alliance. The Greengrass family standing openly with the Merlin heir. That's it. That's everything, Potter. Political alliance with the Merlin seat would make my family untouchable. We'd never have to be neutral again, we could be independent. There's a difference. Harry considered. It was a reasonable ask, mutually beneficial, clearly defined, no hidden catches that he could see. He glanced at Neville, who gave a slight nod. Done, Harry said. On one condition. Name it. You're honest with me. Always. Even when it's something I don't want to hear. Especially then. I've spent too long surrounded by people who told me what they wanted me to believe. Daphne studied him for a long moment, and something shifted in her expression, a crack in that controlled exterior, not vulnerability but something like respect. You have a deal, Potter. She extended her hand, and when he took it, her grip was firm and dry and she held on for precisely the right amount of time. Now. Shall I tell you the 3 things you're not considering about this situation? Please. She settled back in her chair, and Harry could almost see the transformation, from guest to participant, from observer to player. First, timing. The Wizengamot summer session begins in 9 days. If you want to make your move there, you have 9 days to prepare. That's tight but doable if you're as well-resourced as you appear to be. I am. Second, Dumbledore's first move when he realizes what's happening won't be political. It'll be personal. He'll try to reach you directly, the kindly grandfather act, the I can explain everything, my boy. He'll try to frame this as a misunderstanding before it becomes public. You cannot allow that conversation to happen. I don't intend to. Third, and this is the one you're not thinking about. Daphne's eyes were very sharp. Voldemort. The moment Dumbledore is weakened publicly, Voldemort will move. He's been quiet since June because Dumbledore's reputation is the primary deterrent. If you destroy that reputation without establishing yourself as a credible alternative threat, you create a power vacuum that a Dark Lord will happily fill. Silence. Neville shifted in his seat. Harry felt the ring pulse on his finger, warm, steady, patient. I'm not just destroying Dumbledore, Harry said slowly. I'm replacing him. Yes, Daphne said. You are. The question is whether you've accepted that. Harry thought about it. Thought about the weight of it, what it meant. Not just tearing down a thief but stepping into the space left behind. Being the person who stood between Voldemort and magical Britain, not because Dumbledore aimed him there, but because he chose it. I've accepted it. Good. Daphne uncrossed her ankles and leaned forward, and suddenly she was all business, all forward momentum. Then let's talk about the Wisengamot. I need to explain the faction structure, and you need to understand it before you walk in there. Daphne talked for an hour. It was, Harry thought, one of the most useful hours of his life. The Wisengamot was divided roughly into 4 blocks. The Light faction, Dumbledore's allies, approximately 40% of the seats, held together by personal loyalty and the old man's reputation. The dark-leaning traditionalists, not Death Eaters, mostly, but conservative pure-blood families who resented Dumbledore's progressive influence. Maybe 25%. The neutrals, families like the Greengrasses who refused to commit, another 20%. And the Ministry bloc, seats controlled directly by the government, currently loyal to Fudge. 15%. Dumbledore's 40% fractures the moment his reputation does, Daphne explained. Half of those people follow him because they believe he's righteous. Remove that belief and they'll scatter. The other half follow him because of political debts and financial entanglements, and if you can prove those entanglements involve stolen money, they'll run even faster. What about the traditionalists? They'll be sympathetic to your case purely because it damages Dumbledore. But they won't support you openly unless you give them reason to believe you won't target them next. You need to make clear that this is about Dumbledore specifically, not about ideology. And Fudge's block? Daphne's expression was delicately contemptuous. Fudge will support whoever seems strongest. Right now that's Dumbledore. If you shift that calculation, Fudge will shift with it. He's a weathervane, not a leader. So the strategy is, shatter the Light block, reassure the traditionalists, and make Fudge see which way the wind is blowing. Precisely. Daphne allowed herself a small, genuine smile. You're a quick study, Potter. Harry, he said. She blinked. What? If we're going to be allies, use my name. Potter, sounds like you're about to assign me detention. The smile widened by a fraction. Harry, then. And you may call me Daphne, though if you shorten it to anything, I'll hex you. Noted. Neville, who had been listening quietly throughout, spoke up. What about the Prophet? Public opinion matters as much as political votes. More, in some ways, Daphne agreed. Harry, you mentioned a controlling stake in the Daily Prophet? 12%. From the Merlin Vault. Largest single shareholder. Daphne's eyes lit up in a way that was almost predatory. Then you can influence editorial direction without owning it outright. You don't need to control the Prophet, you just need to make sure they can't ignore this story. 12% is enough to demand a board meeting, to raise concerns about editorial independence, to make the editor very aware that his largest shareholder has an interest in fair reporting. I'll contact them tomorrow. Do it through your solicitor. More weight. She stood, smooth and decisive. I need to go home before my absence is noted. My parents know I'm meeting someone, but not who. I'll tell them tonight, they'll support this, I'm certain. The Greengrasses have been waiting for someone to challenge Dumbledore's monopoly for a generation. Harry walked her to the door. She paused on the threshold, turning back. One more thing. Her voice was lower now, less performative. I should tell you, I'm impressed. I didn't expect to be. I came here today expecting bluster and Gryffindor recklessness. Instead I find strategy and patience and the good sense to recruit expertise. She held his gaze. Don't make me regret allying with you, Harry. I won't. She nodded once and was gone, her footsteps quick and sure on the stairs. Harry closed the door and turned to find Neville grinning at him. What? Nothing. Just, she's terrifying and you don't seem to mind. Terrifying is useful. Sure. Useful. That's why you're smiling. Neville stood and stretched. I need to get home too, talk to Gran. I'll have that letter for you by tomorrow. Be careful. If Dumbledore has any reason to watch your family, he doesn't. Neville's expression was firm. He stopped watching us years ago. We weren't useful enough. The bitterness in his voice was quiet but deep. I'll be back tomorrow, Harry. With everything Gran has. After Neville left, Harry stood alone in the flat and felt the pieces moving, felt the momentum building. 3 allies already: Sirius, Neville, Daphne. A solicitor preparing his legal weapons. Goblins tracing stolen gold. A political seat that outranked every other in Wizarding Britain. And Dumbledore still didn't know. That would change today. Harry could feel it in the way the magic of the flat hummed, in the way the ring pulsed warm on his finger. Somewhere in Scotland, in a circular office full of spinning silver instruments, one of those instruments would have stopped spinning. The one tied to Harry's location. The one monitoring his magic. Because the Merlin ring had burned through every tracking charm, every monitoring spell, every subtle chain that Dumbledore had laid on Harry over the years. He'd felt them dissolve when he put the ring on, hadn't understood it at the time, but he understood it now. Dumbledore was blind. For the first time in 14 years, he couldn't see Harry Potter. That would frighten him. And frightened men made mistakes. The owl from Gringotts arrived at 4 o'clock, carrying a sealed package thick enough to be a small book. Harry broke the wax and unrolled the contents across his desk. The forensic trace was complete. Every Canute accounted for, every recipient identified. Harry read, and his jaw tightened with each page. The bulk of the money, over 3 million galleons, had been funneled into what the goblins identified as organizational infrastructure. Safe houses purchased across Britain. Communication networks. Supplies, defensive, offensive, medical. The operational costs of a private army that operated outside ministry oversight. The Order of the Phoenix had been funded almost entirely by Harry's stolen inheritance. Another 800,000 had gone directly to individuals. Monthly stipends, bonuses, equipment allowances. Harry scanned the names and felt his stomach lurch. Mundungus Fletcher, 47,000 galleons over 10 years. For what? He was a petty criminal. What could he possibly have done for the order that justified, Arabella Figg, 120,000 galleons? His neighbor. His minder. Paid, handsomely, to watch him and report back to Dumbledore. Severus Snape, 200,000 galleons. Harry laughed, a short harsh sound. Snape, who tormented him every single day, funded by Harry's own gold. Alastair Moody, 180,000 galleons. And then the entry that made Harry stop breathing for a moment. Molly Weasley, 340,000 galleons. Earmarked as Subject Integration and Monitoring. Subject Integration and Monitoring. Harry stared at those words until they blurred. Subject. He was the subject. Integration, into the wizarding world, into a family, into a place where he'd feel safe and loved and loyal. And monitoring. Reporting back. Every summer at the Burrow, every knitted sweater, every "you're as good as a son to me," bought and paid for with money stolen from the son in question. He wanted to be sick. He wanted to break something. The ring on his finger flared hot and the window nearest him cracked, a single sharp line splitting the glass from corner to corner. Harry breathed. In and out. In and out. He pressed his palm flat against the desk and felt the wood grain under his skin and he breathed. Maybe it wasn't what it looked like. Maybe Molly had been told it was a stipend from the ministry. Maybe she didn't know the source. Maybe subject integration and monitoring was Dumbledore's categorization, not hers, a clinical label for what she genuinely believed was just taking in a lonely boy. But 340,000 galleons was not nothing. You didn't take that kind of money without asking questions. You didn't accept payment for being someone's family and get to call it love. Harry set that page aside. He'd deal with it later. He'd deal with it when he could be cold about it, when the part of him that remembered Molly's hugs and her food and her fussing wasn't screaming that this couldn't be true. He kept reading. The remaining money, just over 1,000,000 galleons, had been distributed in ways that were harder to trace. Political donations under false names. Payments to Daily Prophet editors. Bribes to ministry officials. A complex web of financial influence that painted a picture of a man who had spent decades buying his own power using a child's stolen money. The final page of the report contained a summary from the Goblin forensic team. It is the conclusion of this division that the systematic diversion of funds from Vault 711, Merlin, constitutes premeditated theft under both Goblin statute and wizarding law. The individual designated as perpetrator, APWB Dumbledore, demonstrated clear knowledge that the account holder, H.J. Potter, was never informed of the vault's existence and never authorized any disbursement. All documentation suggesting otherwise bears forged consent signatures. Gringotts formally registers its interest in pursuing maximum penalties under all applicable jurisdictions. Harry rolled the documents up carefully and locked them in the desk drawer with a charm that would open only to his blood. Then he sat in the gathering dusk and let the anger move through him, not fighting it, not suppressing it, just letting it exist. When it passed, what was left was clear and hard and certain. He pulled fresh parchment toward him and began writing. To Vane, attaching the Goblin report, requesting a meeting first thing tomorrow. To Ragnarok, thanking the forensic team and requesting that the formal criminal complaint be prepared for filing. To the editor of the Daily Prophet, a carefully worded inquiry from the vault's solicitor about the paper's editorial independence policy, with a casual mention of the 12% ownership stake. And one more letter. This one took the longest. Dear Mrs. Weasley, he stared at those words for a long time. Then he crumpled the parchment and threw it in the fire. Not yet. Not until he knew for certain what she knew and when she knew it. Harry slept for 4 hours and woke before dawn, alert and crackling with energy. His magic felt different again, larger, denser, like a river that had been running through a narrow channel and was now finding its proper width. The ring hummed steadily, a constant low vibration against his skin. He dressed and went to the kitchen, and he was halfway through making tea when he felt it, a pressure against the flat's wards. Someone trying to find him. Not breaching, not attacking, just questing. A magical presence brushing against the protections like fingertips against a wall, searching for a doorway. Old magic. Powerful. Patient. Dumbledore. Harry stood very still, his hand wrapped around a warm teacup, and felt the wards hold. The Potter protections layered with Goblin security didn't even strain. Whatever Dumbledore was doing, whatever location magic he was attempting, the flat was simply not there as far as his spells were concerned. After 7 minutes, the pressure receded. Harry breathed out slowly and felt a fierce satisfaction in his chest. Can't find me, old man. Good. Get used to it. He finished his tea and began preparing for the day. Vane arrived at 8, looking energized in the way that only lawyers with strong cases and personal vendettas could. He'd brought a junior associate, a young woman named Celia Thornton with sharp eyes behind silver-framed glasses, and between them, they carried enough paperwork to paper a wall. Your emancipation is filed, Vane said as he spread documents across the study desk. Hearing set for tomorrow morning, but it's a formality. Given the circumstances, criminal conduct by your magical guardian, multiple ancestral claims, no judge will deny it. By this time tomorrow, you'll be a legal adult in the eyes of magical Britain. The trace dissolves automatically upon emancipation. You'll be able to use magic freely. Vane pulled a specific document from the stack. Now, the Gringotts seats. I've drafted formal notifications of activation for both the Merlin seat and the Potter seat. Once you're emancipated, we can file these immediately. The chamber is required to acknowledge them within 48 hours. Which puts us inside the summer session window, Harry said. Precisely. You'll be able to take your seats at the next scheduled session, 8 days from now. Vane paused. Have you given thought to how you want to present the criminal evidence? I'm going to do it from the chamber floor. Vane and Thornton exchanged a glance. Bold, Vane said. And effective. Parliamentary privilege means anything said from an active seat is protected speech. Dumbledore can't sue for defamation. And doing it publicly, in session, means it can't be quietly suppressed. That's the idea. There's a procedural mechanism. Thornton spoke up for the first time, consulting her notes. The Merlin seat carries a unique privilege called the right of accusation. It hasn't been invoked in over 200 years, but it's still valid law. It allows the holder to bring formal charges against any member of the Wisengamot directly in session, bypassing normal prosecution channels. The accused must respond immediately, no delays, no adjournments. Harry stared at her. Dumbledore has to answer the charges on the spot. In real time, in front of the full chamber, with his magical signature available for verification. He can't dodge, delay, or spin to the press before responding. Thornton smiled tightly. It's considered the nuclear option of Wisengamot procedure. I like it. There are risks, Vane cautioned. If the charges aren't substantiated, if the evidence is insufficient, the accuser faces censure. But with what we have from Gringotts, supplemented by goblin testimony under truth oath, the evidence is overwhelming. It's not a risk. Then we use the right of accusation. Harry looked between them. What else do I need before the session? Allies, Vane said. As many as possible seated in the chamber before you speak. Dumbledore's faction will try to shout you down, call for order, invoke procedural blocks. The more seats supporting you, the harder that becomes. I have the Longbottom seat through Neville, his grandmother holds it. I have an alliance with House Greengrass. What else is available? Your godfather's situation complicates the black seat. Sirius technically holds it but can't use it while under sentence. However. Vane tapped his quill against his chin. The Merlin seat's privilege to demand a trial. If you invoked that for Sirius before the accusation against Dumbledore, then Sirius gets a trial, gets cleared, and takes the black seat. All before Dumbledore can stop it. Harry felt a grin spreading across his face. How fast can we move on that? The demand for trial is automatic upon invocation. The Ministry has no choice, they must schedule the trial within 72 hours of a Merlin seat demand. If you activate your seat and immediately invoke for Sirius. Vane did mental calculations. He could be tried and cleared before the session where you confront Dumbledore. Do it. File everything the moment my emancipation clears. Vane was already writing, and Thornton was pulling additional documents from their case. The flat hummed with concentrated energy, plans solidifying, pieces locking into place. One more matter, Vane said as they prepared to leave. The Prophet. My inquiry letter generated an immediate response. The editor, Barnabas Cuff, would like to meet with you personally. I suspect the mention of your ownership stake caught his attention. Set it up for this afternoon. Consider bringing Miss Greengrass, Vane suggested. She knows the media landscape. And frankly, you'll want a witness to whatever Cuff agrees to. After the lawyers left, Harry stood at the window and watched Horizon Alley come to life below. Shoppers, merchants, a group of children pressing their noses against a toy shop window. Normal life. None of them knew that 8 days from now, their world was going to shift on its axis. He raised his hand and looked at the ring. The violet stone caught the morning light and threw strange patterns across the ceiling, not random, almost like runes, there and gone too fast to read. His magic stirred in response to his attention, vast and growing. He could feel it more clearly every hour, not just his own magical core but the ring's inheritance, awakening slowly like a limb that had been asleep for years. The pins and needles of power returning. He wondered what Dumbledore would think when he finally saw it. When he realized what he'd kept chained all these years. Harry suspected the old man would be afraid. Good. Daphne arrived precisely on time, she seemed incapable of anything else, and listened to the update about Vane's visit with that sharp, cataloging focus Harry was beginning to recognize as her working mode. The right of accusation, she repeated when he'd finished. I've read about it. My grandmother talked about the last time it was used, 1789, House Selwyn against House Avery. Avery was stripped of his seat and his assets in a single session. She tapped her fingers against the arm of her chair. It's perfect. Dumbledore won't see it coming, no one would expect a 15-year-old to know that privilege exists. I'm about to be a legal adult. 15 in body, adult in law. It's actually more effective this way, the visual of a teenage orphan confronting the elderly headmaster who stole his inheritance. The public sympathy writes itself. She paused. That's not why you're doing it. No. But it's a useful side effect. Yes. Daphne smiled, a real one, warm at the edges despite its precision. You're learning. Now, the prophet meeting. I'm coming. Vane suggested the same thing. Smart man. Cuff is a weasel, pun not intended given your other associates, and he'll try to negotiate from a position of strength. Having both the owner and a political strategist in the room rebalances that immediately. She stood and smoothed her robes. When? 3 o'clock. I'll be there. Wear something better than that. She gestured at his jeans and t-shirt with an expression of mild despair. It's a meeting, not a ball. Every meeting is a performance, Harry. You walk in there looking like a schoolboy and Cuff will treat you like one. You walk in there looking like the heir to the oldest magical fortune in Britain and he'll treat you like a power to be respected. Harry considered arguing, then didn't. She was right. He knew she was right. Presentation mattered. I don't actually own any formal robes. Then we're going shopping. Daphne said it with absolute finality, already moving toward the door. There's a tailor on the far end of Diagon Alley, Twilfit and Tattings. They do bespoke work in hours if you pay rush fees, which you very obviously can afford. Come on. Harry found himself following her out of the flat and into the sunshine of Horizon Alley, slightly bemused by the momentum of her. You know, I've faced a dragon and an army of dementors, but I think you might be the most forceful thing I've ever encountered. Flattery will get you nowhere, Potter. But she was smiling as she said it, walking briskly beside him, and something about the morning felt almost normal. Almost like being a teenager, rather than a general planning a campaign. The feeling lasted for about 30 seconds, until they turned the corner into Diagon Alley and Harry felt a familiar magical signature ahead of them. Old, powerful, and currently standing in the middle of the street in periwinkle robes, scanning the crowd with an intensity that belied his genial expression. Dumbledore. Harry stopped walking. Daphne stopped beside him, following his gaze, and her hand found his elbow, not pulling him back, just anchoring. Steadying. He's looking for you, she murmured. I know. Harry watched the old man's eyes move over the morning crowd. Those blue eyes, twinkling and searching, passed over the spot where Harry stood, and kept moving. Didn't even pause. Daphne's breath caught. He looked right at you. The ring, Harry said quietly. I think it's hiding me. Not invisibility, more like his magic can't recognize mine anymore. He could feel it, the way the ring was diffusing his magical signature, scattering it into the ambient magic of the alley like a drop of ink in an ocean. Dumbledore's searching spells were sliding off him like water off glass. That's extraordinary, Daphne whispered, and there was genuine awe in her voice, the first uncontrolled emotion he'd heard from her. Walk with me, Harry said. Straight past him. Let's see what happens. Daphne's grip on his elbow tightened. You're mad. Probably. He started walking. After a half-second of hesitation, she walked with him. They passed within 6 feet of Albus Dumbledore. Close enough that Harry could count the silver threads in his beard, could see the tension around his eyes, could smell the faint lemon sugar scent that always clung to his robes. Dumbledore's gaze swept over them without a flicker of recognition. Harry's heart hammered. Not with fear, with exhilaration. This was power. True power. Not the clumsy, announced power of a Patronus or a spell in a duel, but the subtle, devastating power of being invisible to someone who thought they controlled you. They were 20 feet past when Daphne finally breathed again. "He has no idea," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The most powerful wizard in Britain just looked straight at Harry Potter and didn't see him. "He's not the most powerful wizard in Britain," Harry said. "Not anymore." Daphne looked at him sideways. Her blue eyes were bright, calculating, reassessing. "No," she agreed softly. "I don't think he is." Twilfit and Tattings was everything Madame Malkins wasn't: quiet, exclusive, and staffed by a single elderly witch who took one look at the ring on Harry's hand and nearly curtsied. "The Merlin heir," she breathed. "I dressed your mother, sir." "It would be my honor, something for a business meeting," Harry said. "And something for the Wizengamot. Both today, if possible." "For you? Anything is possible." She produced a measuring tape that moved of its own accord and began taking measurements while simultaneously summoning bolts of fabric from deep shelves. "Your coloring, dark hair, green eyes, fair skin, you'll want deep colors. Black as a base, with accents. Green would be obvious but effective. Or, yes." She held up a length of fabric so dark it was almost black, but in the light it shimmered deep violet. "This. With silver closures. The Merlin colors." "The Merlin colors are violet and silver?" Daphne asked, leaning against a display case with casual interest. "Oh yes, miss. The vault's heraldry, violet for the stone, silver for the metal. Very old, very distinctive." The witch was already cutting and pinning, her wand dancing. "An hour for the day robes. 2 for the formal set. Shall I include the house crest?" Harry looked at Daphne. She nodded slightly. "Yes," Harry said. "The full crest." They left an hour later with Harry wearing robes that fit him like they'd been made over weeks, not minutes. Dark charcoal base, near black, with subtle violet threading at the collar and cuffs. Silver clasps shaped like the vault seal. He looked older. Sharper. Like someone who belonged in a boardroom, not a classroom. "Better," Daphne said, circling him with an appraising eye. "Much better. You actually look like what you are now." "And what's that?" "Dangerous." He caught his reflection in a shop window and barely recognized himself. The thin, scruffy kid from Privet Drive was gone. In his place stood someone with straight shoulders and clear green eyes and a ring that burned with quiet power on his hand. He looked like someone who could walk into the Wizengamot and set it on fire. He looked like his mother's son. The Daily Prophet offices occupied a crooked building on Press Lane, a narrow street off Diagon Alley that smelled of ink and ambition. Harry and Daphne arrived at 3 o'clock and were shown immediately to the editor's office, the benefit, apparently, of being the paper's largest shareholder. Barnabas Cuff was a small, nervous man with ink-stained fingers and eyes that darted constantly, assessing angles. He rose when they entered and his gaze went immediately to the ring, then to Harry's face, then to Daphne, then back to the ring. "Mr. Potter." "An honor, sir, a genuine honor." "Please, sit, both of you. Can I get you? This won't take long, Mr. Cuff." Harry sat in the chair opposite the editor's desk and let the silence stretch for 3 beats. A trick he'd learned from watching Dumbledore, ironically. "I'll be direct. I own 12% of this newspaper. The largest single stake. I've never involved myself in editorial decisions before, and I'm not here to start doing so now." Cuff's nervous energy settled slightly. "That's reassuring, Mr. Potter. However, in approximately 1 week, I'm going to make a statement in the Wizengamot that will be the biggest news story in a generation. I'm telling you this because I want to know that the Prophet will cover it fairly. Not favorably, I'm not asking for favorable. I'm asking for fair. Of course, of course. The prophet always strives for, Mr. Cuff. Harry leaned forward slightly, and his magic, whether intentionally or not, he wasn't entirely sure, pressed outward just enough to make the papers on the desk flutter. Cuff went pale. In the last year, your paper has published 43 articles calling me a liar, an attention seeker, and mentally unstable. 43. I counted. Cuff swallowed audibly. I'm not interested in revenge for that. But I am interested in understanding whether those articles represented editorial incompetence or external pressure. The editor's eyes darted to Daphne, who was watching him with the calm attention of a cat watching a mouse. He found no comfort there. There was some pressure, Cuff admitted. From the ministry. From others. From Dumbledore. A long pause. Then, miserably, yes. Thank you for your honesty. Harry sat back. Here's what I propose. In 1 week, I will give the prophet exclusive access to documents and testimony that will dominate the news cycle for months. In exchange, I want 2 things. First, a retraction of the smear articles, published prominently, before my Wiesengemot statement. Second, a guarantee that future coverage of me will be based on facts rather than on payments from interested parties. Yes. Yes, that's reasonable. More than reasonable. Cuff was nodding rapidly, relief and calculation warring on his face. A retraction, I can draft it tonight. And the exclusive, you'd give us first access. First and exclusive, for 48 hours before anyone else can print it. Done. Cuff extended his hand so eagerly he nearly knocked over his inkwell. Absolutely done, Mr. Potter. Harry shook his hand, stood, and paused at the door. One more thing. I know Rita Skeeter has a contract with your paper. Cuff flinched. She does. Yes. Keep her away from this story. Assign your best journalist, not your best provocateur. If Skeeter touches this, the exclusive goes to the Quibbler instead. Understood. Completely understood. They left. In the corridor outside, Daphne's composure finally cracked into a genuine grin. His face when the papers moved. I thought he was going to faint. I didn't mean to do that. I know. That's what makes it better. She fell into step beside him as they emerged into the afternoon sunlight. You handled that perfectly. Firm without being threatening, generous without being weak. Where did you learn to negotiate? I didn't. I just thought about what Dumbledore would do and then did the opposite. Daphne laughed, a real laugh, unexpected and warm. That's the most Gryffindor strategy I've ever heard, and somehow it works. They walked in comfortable silence for a moment, and Harry realized with a small jolt that he was enjoying this. Not just the strategy, not just the progress, but the company. Daphne was sharp and honest, and she didn't treat him like either a hero or a damaged boy. She treated him like an equal, and that was rarer than gold. Harry. Her voice shifted, lower, more serious. They'd stopped at the entrance to Horizon Alley. I need to say something. Go ahead. What you're doing, it's right. Justified. Necessary. She turned to face him fully, and her blue eyes were intent. But it's also going to hurt. When this becomes public, people you care about will choose sides. Some will choose wrong. You need to be prepared for that. I know. Do you? Because I saw your face when you mentioned the Weasleys earlier. The money Molly took, 340,000 galleons, Harry said flatly. Earmarked for, subject integration and monitoring. Yes. I know. Daphne didn't flinch from his tone. She might not have known what it was. She might not have. But you're not sure. No. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, when the time comes, if you need to confront her, don't do it alone. Anger and grief make for terrible company in a conversation like that. Harry looked at her, really looked, and saw something behind the political sharpness, genuine concern. Not pity, not the simpering sympathy he was used to, but a practical, clear-eyed caring that respected him enough to be honest about what was coming. "Thank you," he said. "Don't mention it. Literally, I have a reputation to maintain." But her eyes were warm, and she touched his arm briefly before turning away. "Tomorrow. 10 o'clock. We need to start planning your Wiesengemot speech." He watched her go, dark braids swinging against her back, and felt something he couldn't quite name. Then he went home and prepared for the next day, and the day after that, and all the days between now and the moment when Albus Dumbledore's world came crashing down. The emancipation hearing was, as Vane had predicted, a formality. It took place at 9 in the morning in a small ministry courtroom, before a single judge, Madame Marchbanks, ancient and sharp-eyed, who had apparently taught Dumbledore his NEWTS and was not particularly impressed by him. Petition for early majority, submitted by Harry James Potter, heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Potter, the most ancient and most noble house of Peveril, and the most ancient and sovereign house of Merlin. Marchbanks read from the filing without inflection, but her eyebrows rose at the last name. She peered at Harry over her spectacles. "The Merlin claim. Verified by blood test at Gringotts, Your Honor," Vane said smoothly, rising from his seat. "Documentation attached." Marchbanks reviewed the papers. "Read them twice." Looked at Harry again with an expression he couldn't quite decipher, not disbelief, more like the look of someone watching history happen and knowing it. "Grounds for petition without guardian consent. Criminal misconduct by the designated magical guardian, Your Honor. Formal charges pending with the DMLE." "I see." Marchbanks set the papers down. "Mr. Potter. Do you understand what emancipation means? The responsibilities it confers?" "Yes, Your Honor." "You're very young." "I've never had the luxury of acting my age, Your Honor." Marchbanks studied him for a long moment, then snorted, an undignified sound from such a dignified woman. "No. I don't suppose you have." She picked up her quill. "Petition granted. Mr. Potter is hereby declared a legal adult under magical law, with all attendant rights and responsibilities. So ordered." The quill scratched. The magic of the court sealed it. And just like that, Harry was free. No more Dursleys. No more Trace. No more magical guardian controlling his life. He was his own person, legally and completely, and the chain that had bound him since he was 15 months old finally dissolved. He didn't celebrate. There'd be time for that later. Instead, he turned to Vane and said, "File the seat activations. And the trial demand for Sirius Black. Immediately." They were out of the courtroom in under 5 minutes. The whole thing had taken less than 20. In the corridor, Harry drew his wand, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather, and felt the difference immediately. No resistance, no subtle dampening effect. The trace was gone. His magic flowed freely for the first time, and combined with the ring's amplification, it was like someone had opened a floodgate. He cast a simple lumos. The light that erupted from his wand tip was blinding, not a gentle glow but a blaze that lit the entire corridor like daylight, casting stark shadows and making Vane throw up a hand to shield his eyes. Harry cancelled it quickly, breathing hard. "Sorry. Don't apologize." Vane was blinking spots from his vision, but he was grinning. "That was a lumos, Mr. Potter. A first-year charm. And it nearly outshone the sun." Harry looked at his wand, then at the ring. The Merlin legacy wasn't just political. The power in his blood, suppressed and contained for 15 years, was waking up. And it was vast. "I need to practice," Harry murmured. "Recalibrate. Might I suggest doing so somewhere without witnesses?" Vane said dryly. "The formal Wiesengemot notification will be processed by end of day. You'll receive confirmation by owl." In the meantime, perhaps some target practice. In a secure location. Harry thought of the properties listed in his vault inventory. The manor in Scotland. Remote. Warded. Empty. I know just the place. Potter Manor sat on a cliff overlooking the North Sea, a sprawling stone edifice that had been empty for 15 years but thrummed with magic the moment Harry passed through the gate wards. The house recognized him, he felt it in his bones, a welcoming pulse that rolled through the ancient protections like a wave. He didn't explore the house. Not yet. Instead, he went to the grounds, acres of wild Scottish moorland, buffeted by salt wind, utterly empty in every direction. The nearest Muggle settlement was 12 miles away. Harry drew his wand and let his magic unspool. The first spell he cast was a reductor curse at a boulder the size of a car. The boulder didn't just break, it vaporized. One moment it was there, the next it was a cloud of fine dust dispersing on the wind. Harry stared at the space where it had been. He cast again. A Patronus, and prongs didn't just materialize, he blazed into existence, 20 feet tall at the shoulder, antlers wreathed in silver fire, solid as flesh and twice as bright. The stag turned to look at Harry with eyes that held unmistakable intelligence, then tossed his head and galloped across the moor, leaving a trail of light that took several seconds to fade. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. It bubbled up from somewhere deep and genuine, and he laughed, standing alone on a cliff with the wind in his hair and power crackling through his blood. He spent 3 hours practicing. Relearning every spell he knew, discovering that each one was transformed by the Merlin legacy. His shield charms were walls of solid force. His transfiguration was effortless and permanent without concentration. His offensive magic, stunners, reducers, cutting curses, hit with a force that left craters in the moorland. And then there was the magic that wasn't in any textbook. Things the ring seemed to teach him, instinctive knowledge rising from the bloodline like muscle memory. He could feel the ley lines beneath the earth, rivers of raw magic flowing through the bedrock of Britain. He could draw on them, pull that power up through his feet and channel it through his wand, and when he did, the sky split. A bolt of pure magical energy shot upward from his wand tip, violet and silver, piercing the clouds and leaving a hole of clear blue in the overcast sky. Harry lowered his wand slowly. His breathing was steady. His hands were steady. Nothing hurt, nothing strained. The power had flowed through him as naturally as breathing. He thought about Voldemort. About the graveyard. About how terrified he'd been, how outmatched, how small. He wouldn't be small again. He thought about Dumbledore. About the Wizengamot chamber, 8 days away, no, 7 now. About standing before the most powerful political body in magical Britain and accusing its leader of theft and fraud and abuse. He wouldn't be afraid. Harry turned his back on the sea and walked toward the manor. There was work to do, speeches to write, evidence to organize, allies to coordinate. 7 days until everything changed. He was ready. That evening, back at the Horizon Alley flat, Harry found 2 owls waiting. The first carried a formal notice from the Wizengamot clerk, Mr. H.J. Potter, your activation of the Merlin seat, Supreme Tier, and the Potter seat, Ancient Tier, has been received and acknowledged. Your seats will be available for occupation at the next scheduled session, July 17th. Please note, the activation of the Merlin seat triggers automatic notification to all current Wizengamot members. Chief Warlock Dumbledore has been informed per protocol. Harry read that last line twice. So Dumbledore knew now. Not about the charges, not yet, but about the Merlin seat. He'd know that Harry had discovered his inheritance, had been to Gringotts, had claimed what was his. He'd know that his carefully maintained ignorance had failed. What would he do? Harry turned the question over, examining it from every angle the way Daphne had been teaching him. He'd try to make contact. The grandfather act, my boy, let me explain. He'd frame the vault access as protective, necessary, for your own good. He'd be gentle and sad and so disappointed that Harry hadn't come to him first. And if that failed, he'd try to delay. Procedural challenges to the seat activation. Questions about Harry's emancipation. Anything to buy time to regroup, to spin the narrative, to get ahead of whatever Harry was planning. He wouldn't succeed at either. Harry was unreachable, and Vane had bulletproofed every filing. But Dumbledore would try, and his trying would reveal his desperation to anyone watching closely enough. The second owl was from Sirius. Harry, Dumbledore called an emergency order meeting tonight. He's rattled, I've never seen him like this. Told everyone that you've been influenced by dangerous elements and that we need to bring you back into the fold. Didn't mention the money. Didn't mention the Merlin vault. Just kept saying you'd been manipulated and needed to be found, for your own safety. Moody wants to track you. Tonks volunteered to search Diagon Alley. Snape said something about your arrogance and Dumbledore shut him down, actually shut him down. Harry told him to be silent. I've never seen that before. I played my part. Worried Godfather. Demanded to know what was going on. Dumbledore told me all will be revealed in time, which means he's lying through his teeth. Everyone's scared. Not of you, of what Dumbledore isn't telling them. Stay safe. Stay hidden. I'm with you. Padfoot P.S., the trial demand arrived. Ministry's in an uproar. Fudge tried to refuse it and was told by his own legal department that a Merlin seat demand cannot be refused under any circumstances. Trial set for July 15. 2 days before the Wizengamot session. You brilliant, beautiful madman. Harry smiled at the postscript. Then he sat at his desk and began writing his Wizengamot speech. He worked until midnight, drafting and redrafting, sharpening each sentence until it cut. Not flowery, not dramatic, precise. Factual. Devastating. He laid out the evidence like a prosecutor, building from the first withdrawal to the last, from the forged signatures to the intercepted notices. And at the end, the demand. Not just criminal charges. Not just restitution. The removal of Albus Dumbledore from every position of authority he held. Chief Warlock. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation. All of it. When he finished, he read it through once more and set down his quill. 7 days. In 7 days, Albus Dumbledore would learn what happened when you stole from the wrong orphan. Chapter 3, The Wizengamot. The trial of Sirius Black took place on a Tuesday. Harry had spent the previous 6 days in controlled, relentless preparation. Mornings at Potter Manor, pushing his magic further every day, learning the limits of the Merlin legacy, which, as far as he could tell, didn't have any. Afternoons with Daphne and Neville, drilling Wizengamot procedure, running scenarios, wargaming Dumbledore's possible responses. Evenings with Vane, sharpening the legal case until every argument was airtight. He hadn't slept much. He didn't need to. The ring sustained him in ways he didn't fully understand, not replacing sleep, exactly, but making 4 hours feel like 8. His body was running on something deeper than rest. Now he stood in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic at 8:30 in the morning, wearing his formal robes, black and violet and silver, the Merlin crest subtle but unmistakable at his breast, and watching the crowd gather. Sirius's trial had drawn a packed gallery. Not surprising, the case of the imprisoned without trial heir of Black was sensational enough on its own. Add in the mystery of who had demanded the trial, the Merlin seat, dormant for centuries, suddenly active, and the wizarding public was ravenous for details. Daphne appeared at his elbow, immaculate in navy robes, her expression composed. The gallery's full. Standing room only. I count 14 reporters in the press section. Good. I want witnesses. Neville's inside with his grandmother. She secured the Longbottom seat for the Wizengamot session on Thursday. She'll stand with you when the time comes. Daphne's eyes moved across the crowd with practiced efficiency. Dumbledore's here. Harry had already felt him. The old man's magical signature was impossible to miss, warm and vast and golden, like standing near a furnace. He was in the courtroom already, seated in the gallery's upper tier, surrounded by order members. Moody. Tonks. Shacklebolt. A show of force, or perhaps of solidarity. He's going to try to control the trial's outcome, Daphne murmured. Sirius Free is a threat to his narrative. He'll want conditions, supervision, restrictions. He won't get them. Harry straightened his cuffs. Ready? Always. They entered the courtroom together. Courtroom 10 was a cavernous underground chamber, all dark stone and tiered seating, the Wizengamot benches arranged in a semicircle above the central floor. The accused chair sat in the middle, iron, chained, medieval. Harry looked at it and felt his jaw tighten. He didn't take a Wizengamot seat, not today, not yet. Today he was here as the petitioner, the one who had demanded this trial. He took his place at the petitioner's bench, a raised dais to the left of the floor, and Daphne settled beside him with Vane on his other side. The gallery buzzed with whispers. Harry could feel the weight of attention, hundreds of eyes finding him, recognizing him, noting the robes, the ring, the company he kept. He let them look. Let them see what Albus Dumbledore had tried to keep hidden for 15 years. Amelia Bones entered through the judge's door, square-jawed, monocled, radiating competence. She took the chief interrogator's seat and surveyed the courtroom with the expression of someone who had very little patience for nonsense. "This tribunal is called to order," she announced, her voice carrying without amplification. "The matter before us, the trial, long overdue, of Sirius Orion Black, accused of the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 1, 1981, and of serving as secret keeper to James and Lily Potter, thereby facilitating their deaths." She paused. The accused was never tried. Never given the opportunity to present a defense. This tribunal will correct that failure. The chains on the iron chair rattled as Sirius was led in. He was clean-shaven, clear-eyed, wearing simple black robes that Harry had sent to Grimmauld Place 2 days ago. He didn't look like a prisoner. He looked like an aristocrat being mildly inconvenienced. Their eyes met across the courtroom. Harry gave him a barely perceptible nod. Sirius sat in the chained chair, and the chains stayed limp, a sign, old magic, that the accused did not intend to flee. "Mr. Black," Bones said. "You stand accused of crimes I didn't commit," Sirius said clearly. "And I can prove it." A murmur rippled through the gallery. Bones's expression didn't change. "You'll have your opportunity. The petitioner, Mr. Potter, has submitted evidence for the tribunal's consideration. Mr. Vane." Vane rose with practiced grace. "Madam Bones. Members of the Wizengamot. The defense submits the following: first, a sworn statement from the accused under veritaserum, which we request be administered today. Second, documented evidence that Peter Pettigrew is alive and was, in fact, the Potter's secret keeper. Third, testimony from Harry James Potter, who encountered Peter Pettigrew alive in June 1994. The courtroom erupted. Bones silenced it with a crack of her wand against the bench. "Order. We will have order." She turned to Vane with sharp interest. "You claim Pettigrew is alive. We claim it and can prove it. Mr. Potter witnessed Pettigrew's transformation from his animagus form, a rat, in the Shrieking Shack in June 1994. He was present when Pettigrew confessed to being the secret keeper and to framing Sirius Black." Vane's voice carried the confidence of a man holding unbeatable cards. "We further submit that Albus Dumbledore was aware of this information and failed to act on it." Harry felt the shift in the room. Felt the attention swivel upward to where Dumbledore sat, motionless, expression carefully neutral. The old man's eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that might have been intimidating 6 days ago. Harry met that gaze and held it. Didn't look away. Didn't blink. After 3 seconds, Dumbledore looked away. Something rustled through the gallery, people noticing, people filing away that moment for later discussion. The boy who lived had just stared down Albus Dumbledore, and Dumbledore had broken first. "Administer the Veritaserum," Bones ordered. Under the truth serum, Sirius's testimony was devastating in its simplicity. He told the truth, the whole truth, stripped of evasion or softening. The switch to Pettigrew as secret keeper. Dumbledore's knowledge of it. The night of November 1st, chasing Pettigrew, the explosion, the rats, the laughter that wasn't really laughter but a howl of grief that everyone misread. "Did Albus Dumbledore know you were not the secret keeper?" Bones asked. "He suggested the switch himself," Sirius said, his voice flat and truthful under the potion's compulsion. "He told James that I would be too obvious a choice. That Peter would be safer because no one would suspect him. He was present when the Fidelius was cast with Peter as the keeper." The silence in the courtroom was absolute. "Then, and after your arrest? Did Dumbledore intervene on your behalf?" "No. He never came. Never visited. Never demanded a trial. He could have ended it with a single word of testimony." Sirius's eyes were fixed straight ahead, the Veritaserum stripping all pretense. "He left me in Azkaban for 12 years. Harry watched Dumbledore during this testimony. The old man's face was a mask, serene, untroubled, as though Sirius were discussing the weather rather than a decades-long betrayal. Only his hands gave him away. They were folded in his lap, perfectly still, but the knuckles were white. Bones called for a vote. It wasn't close. By a vote of 43-2, this tribunal finds Sirius Orion Black not guilty of all charges. "Mr. Black, you are a free man, with the full apologies of this body for the miscarriage of justice you have endured." Bones removed her monocle and cleaned it, her single visible tell of emotion. "Reparations will be calculated and delivered within 30 days. The chains fell away from the chair. Sirius stood, rolled his shoulders back, and looked up at the gallery with a grin that was all marauder. Then he looked at Harry, and the grin softened into something deeper. He crossed the courtroom floor in long strides and pulled Harry into a hug that was fierce and brief and said everything that mattered. "Free," Sirius whispered against his ear. "Actually free." "It's done," Harry said. "It's really done." They pulled apart, and Sirius's hand found Harry's shoulder, gripping tight. His eyes were bright but his jaw was set. "Warrior's face." "2 days," he said quietly. "2 days," Harry confirmed. "And then we finish it." The press swarmed them outside the courtroom, but Vane had anticipated this. He positioned himself between Harry and the reporters with the ease of long practice. "Mr. Potter will be issuing a full statement through the Daily Prophet in the coming days. No questions at this time." They moved through the crowd, Harry, Sirius, Daphne, Vane, Neville and Augusta Longbottom forming a phalanx of purpose. People stared. Of course they did. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, walking through the Ministry of Magic in Merlin's colors, flanked by a freshly exonerated Sirius Black and a retinue that screamed political power. Let them stare. Let them wonder. In 2 days, they'd have their answers. They were in the atrium, nearly to the floor, when Harry felt it. That golden magical signature, closer now, moving toward them with deliberate speed. He stopped walking. "Harry," Daphne began. "It's all right." He turned. Dumbledore was approaching through the crowd, which parted for him instinctively, the way people always parted for Dumbledore, drawn and repelled in equal measure by his presence. He was smiling, of course. The grandfather smile. The twinkling eyes. "Harry, my boy." His voice was warm, concerned, perfectly calibrated. "I am so glad to see you safe. We've been terribly worried, don't." Harry's voice cut through the atrium's ambient noise like a blade. Around them, people stopped moving. Stopped talking. The crowd went still with the instinct of animals sensing a storm. Dumbledore's smile flickered. Barely perceptible, but Harry saw it. "Harry, I understand you're upset. If we could speak privately." "We have nothing to discuss privately, Headmaster." Harry kept his voice level, carrying. He wanted witnesses. "If you have something to say to me, you can say it in 2 days. In the Wizengamot. From your seat." He paused. "While you still have one." The flicker became a fissure. Something moved behind Dumbledore's eyes: surprise, calculation, the rapid reassessment of a man who had just realized his opponent was further ahead than expected. "My boy, I'm not your boy." Harry didn't raise his voice. Didn't need to. His magic was present, ambient, a pressure in the air that made the nearest people take unconscious steps back. "I'm not your weapon, your project, or your investment. And in 2 days, everyone in this building will know exactly what you've done." Dumbledore was very still. His eyes moved, to the ring on Harry's hand, to Sirius standing solid at his shoulder, to Daphne with her razor focus, to Vane with his briefcase full of evidence. Calculating. Adapting. Harry. The warmth was gone now, replaced by something that might have been genuine concern or might have been a more sophisticated manipulation. "Whatever you believe has happened, whatever you've been told, I haven't been told anything. I've read the ledgers. I've verified the signatures. I've seen the numbers." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze, and he let the old man see, really see, what was in his eyes. Not anger. Not grief. Certainty. 5 million galleons, Professor. From a vault you told me didn't exist. Over a decade of theft from an orphan you were supposed to protect. The atrium was deathly silent now. Dozens of ministry workers, visitors, journalists, all frozen, all listening. Harry hadn't planned to do this here, not like this, but Dumbledore had forced his hand by approaching, and Harry was done running from confrontation. Dumbledore's face did something complicated. The mask slipped, just for a moment, and beneath it Harry saw something that might have been shame. Then it was gone, replaced by the serene authority that had served the old man for a century. "This is not the place for such accusations," Dumbledore said quietly. "You are being used, Harry. Manipulated by those who, by goblins? By my own bank?" Harry almost laughed. "The only person who has ever manipulated me, Professor, is you. And it ends now." He turned his back on Albus Dumbledore and walked toward the floor. His allies moved with him, a wall of purpose and solidarity, and not one of them looked back. Behind them, the silence held for 5 full seconds. Then the whispers began, spreading through the ministry like wildfire. Harry Potter had just publicly accused Albus Dumbledore of theft. In the ministry atrium. In front of 50 witnesses. The war had begun. "That wasn't the plan," Daphne said the moment they were back in the flat. Her voice was controlled, but her eyes were bright with adrenaline. "I know." Harry shed his cloak and dropped into the desk chair. He forced it. "I couldn't let him get the first public word. If I'd walked away without responding, the story would have been, Dumbledore reaches out to troubled teenager. This way, the story is, Harry Potter accuses Dumbledore of theft to his face." "He's right," Sirius said from the doorway, where he was leaning with his arms crossed and a look of fierce satisfaction. "I know that game." Dumbledore approached in public deliberately. He wanted witnesses too. He wanted the narrative to be him as the concerned mentor. Harry turned it on him. Daphne considered this, then nodded slowly. "You're right. Both of you. But it accelerates our timeline. Dumbledore now knows exactly what's coming in the Wizengamot session. He has 2 days to prepare a defense." "What defense can he prepare?" Harry asked. "The evidence is verified. Goblin testimony. Magical signatures. He can't deny the withdrawals happened. He won't try to deny them." Daphne began pacing, the first time Harry had seen her move without deliberate purpose. It was almost restless. He'll justify them. He'll frame every Canute as necessary, protective, for the greater good. He'll invoke Voldemort, invoke the war, invoke your safety. He'll say that everything he took was spent keeping you alive. The Ministry says Voldemort isn't back. Dumbledore will say the Ministry is wrong. He'll use this as a platform to announce Voldemort's return, publicly, officially, and frame the stolen gold as war preparation. Daphne stopped pacing and turned to face Harry. He'll try to make himself the martyr. The misunderstood hero who broke the rules to save the world. Sirius made a disgusted sound. Typical. Use the kid's money without asking, then claim it was for his own good. Can he sell that? Harry asked. To some people, yes. Daphne's expression was grim but not defeated. The question is whether evidence outweighs narrative. Dumbledore is the greatest storyteller in magical Britain, he's been controlling the narrative for 50 years. Facts alone won't beat him. You need to make the Wizengamot feel the betrayal, not just understand it. Harry thought about this. Thought about what he had that was more powerful than facts. The Dursleys, he said. Sirius went rigid. What about them? Dumbledore charged 50,000 galleons for ward establishment and maintenance. The blood wards cost 300. The other 49,700 supposedly went to my care. Harry's voice was flat, factual. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs until I was 11. I was fed scraps. Dudley's second bedroom only became mine when the Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. Daphne had gone very still. Sirius looked like he might be sick. The Dursleys never received a Canute of that money, Harry continued. I checked, Gringotts confirmed. The gold earmarked for my maintenance went directly into order accounts. Dumbledore charged my vault for my care and then left me in a house where I was starved and locked in a cupboard. He met Daphne's eyes. Is that emotional enough to sell? Harry. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and for the first time since he'd met her, she seemed at a loss. Don't feel sorry for me. That's not why I'm telling you. He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the alley below. I'm telling you because you're right, facts aren't enough. Dumbledore will wrap himself in sacrifice and greater good and noble necessity. The only way to cut through that is to show them what his greater good actually looked like. A child in a cupboard. Starving. Wearing hand-me-downs while his guardian sat on millions of stolen gold. It'll work, Sirius said hoarsely. Christ, Harry. It'll destroy him. Good. Daphne crossed the room and stood beside him at the window. She didn't touch him, didn't offer comfort, she knew him well enough already to know it wasn't what he wanted. Instead, she said, we'll need to adjust the speech. The financial evidence stays as the foundation, but the personal testimony becomes the blade. Are you prepared to say all of this in front of the entire Wizengamot? In front of the press? Yes. It'll be in every newspaper in Britain by evening. I know. People will pity you. Let them. I'd rather be pitied than controlled. Daphne nodded. Then, very quietly, you're braver than anyone I've ever met. I'm not brave. I'm angry. They just look similar from the outside. She almost smiled. Rewrite the speech tonight. I'll review it in the morning. Sirius, you need to file for the black seat immediately. If you're seated in the Wizengamot by Thursday, that's 3 votes firmly on Harry's side plus whatever allies Augusta Longbottom brings. On it. Sirius pushed off from the doorway. I'll go to the Ministry now, the paperwork's simple for a lord reclaiming an ancestral seat. Especially one who was just publicly exonerated. He crossed to Harry and gripped his shoulder. You were magnificent today, pup. James would have cheered. He left, and the flat settled into quiet. Daphne remained at the window, standing close enough that Harry could smell her perfume, something subtle, green, like cut herbs. "You should eat something," she said. "And sleep. Thursday will be the most important day of your life. One of them." Harry turned from the window. "Stay. Help me with the speech. Your instincts are better than mine on what will play to the chamber." "I was going to suggest the same thing." She moved to the desk and sat, pulling parchment toward her. "Let's start from the beginning. The right of accusation has a formal opening, specific words. I'll walk you through the procedure, and then we'll build the argument." They worked through the evening and into the night. Harry wrote, Daphne sharpened. Every sentence was weighed, tested, refined. They argued over word choices. Daphne wanted systematic betrayal, Harry preferred calculated theft, and found that the arguments made both of them better. Their styles complemented, his directness, her precision. At midnight, Daphne looked up from the latest draft and said, "This is good. This will work." "You sound surprised." "Not surprised. Satisfied." She set down her quill and stretched her neck, rolling out the tension. "You know, when I got your letter last week, I thought this might be interesting. A minor power play, perhaps. Something to watch." She met his eyes. "I didn't expect this. Any of this. The speech? You. The whole, all of you." She gestured vaguely, encompassing the room, the situation, everything. It was the least precise gesture he'd ever seen her make. "You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. Is that good? Ask me after Thursday." She stood, gathering her things. "I need to go home. Get some sleep, real sleep, not the 4 hours you've been managing. You need to be sharp." Harry walked her to the door. On the threshold, she paused and turned back, and for a moment they were very close in the narrow hallway, close enough that he could count the flecks of darker blue in her eyes. "Whatever happens Thursday," she said softly, "you've already won. You know that, right? The trial, the emancipation, walking past him in Diagon Alley without him seeing you, you've already beaten him. It's not enough to beat him quietly. He has to lose publicly. Completely. So that the next time he's tempted to use someone's life as a chess piece, he remembers what it cost him." Daphne held his gaze for a long moment. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips to his cheek, quick, light, almost businesslike, except for the slight lingering. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Daphne." He closed the door and stood in the hallway for 10 seconds, his hand touching his cheek where her lips had been. Then he shook himself, went back to the desk, and read the speech one final time. It was ready. He was ready. 2 days. The morning of July 17th dawned bright and warm over London. Harry was awake before the sun, already dressed, already armored in his violet and silver Wisengamot robes. He stood before the mirror in the study and barely recognized himself. The formal robes were heavier than day wear, layered, structured, designed to project authority. The Merlin crest blazed at his chest. The ring caught the early light and threw violet fire across the walls. He looked like someone who could shake the world. He intended to. Sirius arrived at 7, wearing the black family formal robes, deep charcoal with silver accents, the black crest at his collar. He'd cleaned up remarkably in the 2 days since his exoneration. Trimmed, sharp, carrying himself with the aristocratic bearing of a man raised for exactly these halls. "You look terrifying," Sirius said with a grin. "Good. Breakfast?" They ate together, neither of them tasting the food, both running through scenarios in their heads. At 7:30, Daphne arrived in deep green robes that made her look older, more formidable. Neville was with her, wearing long-bottom colors, brown and gold, with his grandmother's seal at his collar. "Augusta's already at the ministry," Neville said. "She's been working the traditionalist bloc all week. She thinks she's swung at least 6 votes our way, people who were on the fence." My parents have been doing the same with the neutral families, Daphne added. House Greengrass formally declared alliance with House Potter this morning. It'll be in the Evening Prophet. How many votes do we need? Harry asked. For removal of Chief Warlock. Simple majority, 51 of the 100 seats. We have Potter, Merlin, Black, Longbottom, and Greengrass guaranteed. Augusta brings probably 6 more. My parents bring 4 or 5. Daphne ticked them off on her fingers. That's 16 or 17 confirmed. We need 34 more. 34 people who'll vote against Albus Dumbledore to his face, Sirius said. A week ago, I'd have said that was impossible. Today, after the Ministry atrium. He shrugged. The tide's turning. People smell blood. The evidence will do the rest, Harry said. When they see the numbers, when they hear the testimony, no one with any integrity can justify what he did. Integrity's a variable commodity in the Wizengamot, Daphne said dryly. But you're right. The emotional gut punch of the personal testimony, combined with the financial evidence, combined with the goblin forensics, it's overwhelming. Even Dumbledore's most loyal supporters will struggle to defend it publicly. Harry checked his watch. 8 o'clock. The session began at 10. Let's go. The Wizengamot chamber was a massive circular room buried deep in the Ministry, all dark wood and ancient stone, tiered benches rising in concentric rings. Each seat was marked with a family crest, and magic hummed in the very walls, old enchantments that ensured truth could be verified, that prevented violence, that recorded every word spoken for posterity. Harry entered through the members' door and felt the chamber's magic recognize him. The Merlin seat blazed to life at the highest point of the uppermost tier, directly opposite the Chief Warlock's podium, directly across from Dumbledore. It was not a coincidence of architecture. It was a statement. The Merlin seat and the Chief Warlock's position were designed as counterweights. Equals and opposites. He climbed to his seat and felt every eye in the chamber follow him. The gallery was packed, standing room only, faces pressed to the railings. The press section overflowed. This was the most anticipated session in years, possibly decades. Sirius took the black seat 3 rows below Harry. Neville sat with Augusta in the Longbottom seats. Daphne was in the gallery, not a member herself, but positioned where Harry could see her, a steady point of reference. He settled into the Merlin seat and the ancient wood sang beneath him, the chamber's magic acknowledging his right. A pulse of violet light ran through the crest carved into the bench back, visible to everyone in the room. Whispers became a roar. This wasn't theoretical anymore. The Merlin seat was occupied for the first time in nearly 300 years, and its occupant was a 15-year-old with murder in his eyes. The chamber filled. Seats taken, positions established. Harry catalogued allies and enemies as they entered. Madam Bones, neutral, but honest. Fudge's block, uncertain, watching. The Traditionalists, wary but attentive. And Dumbledore's faction, tense, clustered, speaking in urgent whispers. At precisely 10 o'clock, the Chief Warlock entered. Dumbledore was wearing his finest robes, deep purple with gold stars, his beard flowing, his half-moon spectacles catching the light. He looked every inch the beloved leader, the wise grandfather, the greatest wizard of the age. He took his position at the podium and surveyed the chamber. His eyes found Harry immediately, impossible to miss, seated at the highest point in Merlin's colors, and something passed between them. Not words, not magic. Understanding. Both of them knew what was about to happen. This session of the Wizengamot is called to order, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, carrying, completely controlled. First order of business, point of ancient privilege. Harry's voice cut through the chamber like a thunderclap. Not shouted, projected, amplified by the seat's magic, resonating in the stone. Every head turned. Dumbledore's hand stilled on the podium. The chair recognizes the Merlin seat. I invoke the right of accusation. Harry stood, and his magic stood with him, a palpable weight that pressed against the chamber's walls, that made the enchanted candles flare and the wardstones hum. Per the ancient privilege of this seat, I bring formal charges against a member of this body. Charges of theft, fraud, abuse of guardianship, and systematic exploitation of an orphan child. The chamber was utterly silent. Not a whisper, not a breath. The accused, Harry said, and he locked eyes with Dumbledore across the full width of the chamber, is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The silence shattered. Voices erupted, shock, outrage, disbelief. Members rising from their seats, turning to each other, turning to Dumbledore. The gallery exploded into noise. Dumbledore raised his hand and the chamber reluctantly stilled. His face was, Harry had to credit him, perfectly composed. Serene. Sad, even, in the way of a man facing an unfortunate necessity. The right of accusation is acknowledged, Dumbledore said quietly. The accused is required to hear the charges and respond. I will hear them. He paused. I will ask Madame Bones to preside, given my obvious conflict of interest. Bones was already rising, already moving to the podium with the brisk efficiency of someone who had been expecting this. Dumbledore stepped aside, graciously, courteously, every movement calculated to project dignity under duress. The right of accusation is now in effect, Bones announced. Mr. Potter, present your charges. Harry drew a breath. Felt the ring pulse. Felt his magic settle around him like armor. Felt Daphne's eyes on him from the gallery, steady and sure. Felt Sirius's presence below, solid as stone. He began. Members of the Wisengamot. What I am about to present to you is documented, verified, and beyond dispute. Every claim I make is supported by Gringotts forensic evidence, goblin testimony under truth oath, and magically verified signatures. This is not allegation. This is fact. He let the words land. Then, on November 3, 1981, 3 days after my parents were murdered, Albus Dumbledore authorized the first withdrawal from a vault I was never told existed. The Vault of Merlin, my inheritance through my mother's bloodline. I was 15 months old. He took 50,000 galleons and filed it under ward establishment and maintenance. Harry paused. The blood wards he placed on my relative's home cost 300 galleons. I have Gringotts' verification of this. The remaining 49,700 galleons went to the Order of the Phoenix. He could feel the chamber absorbing this. Shock giving way to calculation. Numbers being processed. This was the first withdrawal. It was not the last. Harry raised the sheaf of parchment in his hand, the Goblin Forensic Report. Over the following 13 years, Albus Dumbledore systematically removed 4,873,000 galleons from my vaults. From accounts I was never informed existed. Using authorization he forged in my name. He let the number hang in the air. I was never told about the Merlin Vault. I was never told about the Potter family vault beyond a small trust fund. I was never informed of properties, investments or political rights that were mine by blood. All of this information was deliberately withheld by the man appointed as my magical guardian, the man standing in this chamber today. Dumbledore stood motionless in the first row, where he'd taken a seat after yielding the podium. His expression was unchanged. Patient. Waiting. Where did the money go? Harry continued. I have the complete forensic breakdown. He began reading, not every entry, but the most damning ones. The order operational expenses. The political donations. The bribes to ministry officials. The payments to individuals. 120,000 galleons to Arabella Figg, paid to monitor me. 200,000 to Severus Snape. 340,000 to Molly Weasley, earmarked as, and I quote directly from the ledger, subject integration and monitoring. Gasps. Genuine gasps. People turning to look at where Arthur Weasley sat in a junior ministry seat, his face the color of chalk. "I am not accusing these individuals," Harry said clearly. "Many of them may not have known the source of the gold. That investigation is ongoing. What I am stating, as fact, is that Albus Dumbledore took my money, an orphan's money, and used it to build his personal power structure. To fund a private army. To buy political influence. And to pay people to control my life." He set the parchment down and gripped the railing of the Merlin seat. "But the money isn't the worst of it." The chamber stilled further, if that was possible. "You want to know what 49,700 galleons of care and maintenance looked like?" Harry's voice dropped, and the chamber's magic carried it into every ear, intimate and devastating. It looked like a cupboard under the stairs. A child locked in a dark space 4 feet wide, sleeping on a cot, wearing his cousin's cast-offs. It looked like being fed through a cat flap. Like being told every day that his parents were worthless drunks who'd gotten themselves killed in a car crash. Silence. Absolute silence. Dumbledore placed me with muggles who despised magic and despised me. He charged my vault for my care and never sent them a canute. He knew, because he had paid monitors watching me, exactly how I was treated. And he left me there. Year after year. Because it served his purposes to keep me small and desperate and grateful to anyone who showed me a scrap of kindness. Harry's magic was pressing against the walls now. The candles were guttering. The ward stones were humming audibly. People in the gallery were pressing back in their seats, not from fear exactly, but from the sheer weight of the power in the room. "I have the documentation." Harry held it up. "I have the goblin testimony ready to be heard. I have Dumbledore's magical signature on every forged authorization. And I have the right of accusation, which requires the accused to respond. Now." He sat. The chamber remained frozen for 5 heartbeats. Then Bones spoke. "Professor Dumbledore. You have heard the charges. You are required by ancient law to respond." Dumbledore rose. He moved slowly, deliberately, to the center of the chamber floor. Every eye tracked him. He stood where the accused chair usually sat, though there was no chair today, no chains. Just an old man in purple robes, facing the judgment of his peers. "Members of the Wisingamot," he began, and his voice was heavy with sorrow. "What Mr. Potter has told you is, in its bare facts, largely accurate." The admission landed like a physical blow. The chamber reeled. "I did make withdrawals from the Merlin vault. I did so without Harry's knowledge or consent. I did place him with his mother's relatives under conditions that were, I now acknowledge, inadequate." Dumbledore's eyes swept the chamber, meeting gazes, projecting sincerity. "I will not insult this body by denying what can be proven. Instead, I will explain why. Here it comes," Harry thought. The greater good speech. Lord Voldemort did not die on the night of October 31, 1981. Dumbledore's voice carried the weight of absolute conviction. "I knew this. I have always known this. He persisted, diminished, but alive, and certain to return. Every action I have taken in the 14 years since has been in service of preparing for that return." Murmurs. Fudge, in his box, went purple. "The funds I took from the Merlin vault were used to maintain a network of protection around Harry Potter, a child marked by prophecy as the only one capable of defeating Voldemort permanently. Every galleon went to that protection. The Order of the Phoenix, the monitoring network, the wards, the allies cultivated, all of it was a shield around a boy whose life was in constant danger." Dumbledore turned to face Harry directly. His eyes were bright, not twinkling, something raw. "I kept things from you, Harry. I kept your heritage from you because knowledge of that heritage would have made you a target beyond what you already were. I kept you with your relatives because the blood wards there were the only thing between you and the Death Eaters who hunted you. And yes, I used your money to fund that protection without asking your permission. I did so because you were a child, because the threat was immediate, and because I believed, I still believe, that it was necessary. He spread his hands, an old man's gesture, appealing, vulnerable. I was wrong not to tell you. I was wrong to keep secrets. I am sorry for the pain my choices have caused. But I am not sorry for keeping you alive, and I will not apologize for fighting a war that every person in this chamber will soon be forced to acknowledge is real. It was a masterful performance. Harry could see it landing, the sincerity, the admission of fault coupled with noble justification. People shifting in their seats, recalculating. Maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe Dumbledore had reasons. Maybe the old man was right. Harry stood. A question for the accused, he said, and his voice was ice. Under the right of accusation, I am permitted to question directly. Madam Bones? Proceed. Harry looked down at Dumbledore from the height of the Merlin seat, and he felt no pity. No uncertainty. Only the clean, cold clarity of justice. You say you kept me with the Dursleys for protection. For the blood wards. Harry's voice was level, controlled. You knew I was being mistreated. Your own paid monitor reported it to you regularly. Mrs. Figg's reports are in the Gringotts files. She documented bruises, malnutrition, emotional abuse. She reported that I was kept in a cupboard. You received these reports and you did nothing. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. A hairline fracture in the composure. My question is this, if you spent 49,700 galleons on my care, and the Dursleys never received any of it, and you knew I was being abused, where was the care? Where was the protection? Harry leaned forward. Or was the abuse part of the plan? Keep the boy broken. Keep him grateful. Keep him so starved for love that he'd follow the first kind old man who offered it straight into any danger, any sacrifice, without ever questioning why. The silence was different this time. Heavier. People were looking at Dumbledore with expressions that had shifted from sympathy to something harder. That is a grave accusation, Dumbledore said carefully. Then deny it. Harry's voice cracked like a whip. Tell this chamber, under the truth enchantments of these walls, that you did not deliberately leave a child in an abusive home as a method of psychological control. Tell them you didn't know. Tell them you couldn't have changed it. Dumbledore was silent for 3 seconds. 4. 5. The chamber's ancient truth enchantments, passive, always present, pulsed faintly. Everyone in the room knew what that meant. A lie spoken in this chamber under right of accusation would be detected. Would be visible. Dumbledore chose his words with the precision of a surgeon. I believed, the benefits, outweighed the costs. The chamber erupted. Not in whispers this time, in shouts. Members on their feet. Bones banging for order. The gallery roaring. And through it all, Dumbledore stood in the center of the floor, motionless, his mask finally cracked, exposed by his own inability to lie under ancient enchantment. He'd admitted it. Not in so many words, but close enough. The benefits of Harry's abuse, his psychological conditioning, had been weighed against the costs, and Dumbledore had found them acceptable. Harry remained standing. Waiting. His magic filled the chamber like a tide, and people could feel it, a presence that demanded attention, that refused to be dismissed or diminished. When Bones finally restored order, Harry spoke one last time. I move for the immediate removal of Albus Dumbledore from the position of Chief Warlock, pending full criminal investigation by the DMLE. I further move for the suspension of his position as headmaster of Hogwarts School, pending the same investigation. And I request that this body authorize Gringotts to pursue full asset seizure under Goblin law. Seconded, Augusta Longbottom's voice rang out. Seconded, said Lord Greengrass from the neutral block. Seconded, said Sirius Black, from the black seat, with a grin that could have cut glass. The motion is before the chamber, Bones said. Her face was grim, her eyes hard. She was looking at Dumbledore, and there was no admiration in that gaze. Only the cold assessment of a law enforcement officer hearing a confession. All in favor? Hands rose. Not slowly, not hesitantly, they rose in a wave. The traditionalists, almost to a seat. The neutral bloc, following the greengrasses. Fudge's ministry seats, reading the room and pivoting with the political instincts of born survivors. And, most damningly, members of Dumbledore's own faction. People who had followed him for decades, raising their hands against him because the truth enchantments didn't lie and neither did Harry's evidence. All opposed? A scattering. Perhaps 15 hands. Loyalists too committed or too compromised to abandon ship. The motion carries, Bones said. 67 in favor, 15 opposed, 18 abstentions. Albus Dumbledore is hereby removed as Chief Warlock and suspended as Headmaster of Hogwarts, effective immediately. A criminal investigation will be opened by the DMLE forthwith. Dumbledore stood perfectly still on the chamber floor. The purple robes of the Chief Warlock, technically, they belonged to the position, not the man, seemed suddenly too large for him. He looked, for the first time that Harry had ever seen, old. Not defeated. Harry wasn't naive enough to think this was over. But diminished. The invincible facade cracked, the beloved leader exposed, the greatest wizard of the age revealed as a man who had weighed a child's suffering against his own plans and found it acceptable. Their eyes met one final time across the chamber. Dumbledore's gaze was complex, pain, acceptance, and beneath it all, something that might have been respect. Harry felt nothing. No triumph, no satisfaction, no vindication. Just the empty, clean feeling of something finished. A weight set down. He sat back in the Merlin seat and felt the ancient would hum beneath him. The chamber dissolved into chaos, voices, motions, procedural arguments, reporters scribbling frantically in the gallery. But Harry was still, centered, watching the pieces fall. It was done. They found each other in the corridor outside, Harry, Sirius, Neville, Daphne, Augusta Longbottom, Vane. A knot of people moving together with the shared electricity of a thing accomplished. Sirius was the first to reach him, pulling him into another crushing embrace. You did it. You actually did it. It's not finished, Harry said into his godfather's shoulder. Criminal charges still need to, today it's finished, Sirius said firmly. Today you won. Let yourself feel it for 5 bloody minutes. Neville clasped his forearm when Sirius released him, a warrior's greeting. The look on his face when he couldn't lie. When the enchantments caught him. I'll remember that for the rest of my life. Augusta Longbottom inclined her head, a gesture from a woman who did not give respect lightly. Well done, Mr. Potter. Your parents would be proud, and so am I. Vane was beaming with barely contained professional satisfaction. The DMLE investigation starts tomorrow. Bones is leading it personally. Given the evidence we've already compiled, I expect formal charges within the week. And Daphne, she was standing slightly apart from the group, watching him with those cool blue eyes that saw everything. When the others stepped back, she stepped forward. You deviated from the speech, she said. Did I? The line about keeping him broken and grateful. That wasn't in the draft. It came to me. It was the moment the vote tipped. I watched it happen, the faces changing. That was the line that made it personal for them. That made them see you as a person, not a political player. She was close now, close enough that her voice was just for him. You have extraordinary instincts, Harry. I had an extraordinary strategist. Her lips curved. Yes, you did. She reached out and straightened the Merlin crest on his robes, an unnecessary gesture, intimate in its casualness. Come on. The press will find us soon. Let's get you somewhere private before they descend. They moved as a group toward the lifts, and Harry felt the stares, heard the whispers. Potter. Merlin seat. Dumbledore removed, did you hear what he said about the cupboard? The story was already spreading, already growing, already taking on the unstoppable momentum of truth released from captivity. In the lift, surrounded by allies, Harry allowed himself one moment of something like peace. The ring hummed on his finger. His magic settled into his bones, vast and calm and ready for whatever came next. Because something would come next. Dumbledore was diminished but not destroyed. Voldemort was still out there, gathering strength. The wizarding world was about to be shaken to its foundations, and Harry was now at the center of it, not as a pawn, not as a weapon, but as a power in his own right. He thought about what Daphne had said, days ago. You're not just destroying Dumbledore. You're replacing him. Yes. He was. And whatever came next, criminal trials, dark lords, the vast complicated machinery of political power, he would face it standing up. No more cupboards. No more chains. No more asking permission to live his own life. The lift doors opened onto the atrium, and the flash of cameras greeted them like lightning. Harry walked into it without flinching. Chapter 4, The unraveling. The front page of the Daily Prophet hit doorsteps across Britain at 6 o'clock the following morning. Harry didn't need to buy a copy. Hedwig brought him 3 from different vendors, dropping them on the kitchen table with the smug air of an owl who knew she was carrying history. Dumbledore removed A.S. Chief Warlock Boy who lived in Vokes Ancient Rite, reveals decade of theft, he weighed a child suffering against his plans. Full transcript inside the article was thorough, factual, and devastating. No Skeeter embellishment, they'd assigned a senior correspondent named Edwin Marsh who wrote with clean precision. Every number from Harry's speech was there. Every quote. And the moment Dumbledore had hesitated under the truth enchantments, Marsh described it with the kind of restrained prose that made it hit harder than any sensationalism could. Harry read it through once, then set it aside and made tea. Sirius was still asleep in the second bedroom. The flat was quiet, dawn light painting gold stripes across the study floor. Harry stood at the window with his cup and felt the weight of yesterday settling into something permanent. Not euphoria, he hadn't expected that. More like the feeling after a storm, when the air is clean and the damage is visible and there's nothing to do but begin rebuilding. His thoughts were interrupted by a tap at the window. An unfamiliar owl, large, tawny, carrying a thick envelope sealed with the DMLE's official crest. Harry opened it. Mr. Potter, I am writing to inform you that a formal investigation into Albus Dumbledore has been opened as of 6 a.m. today. As the primary victim and complainant, you will be contacted for a formal statement within the next 48 hours. Additionally, I wish to inform you privately that upon reviewing the Gringotts forensic evidence, I have authorized the immediate freezing of all accounts associated with Dumbledore pending investigation. He will not be able to move assets or destroy evidence. I also wish to say, off the record and as a person rather than a department head, I am sorry for what was done to you, and for the failures of this institution to prevent it. That you had to fight this battle yourself, at your age, is a condemnation of every adult who should have protected you. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and placed it in the desk drawer with the rest of his growing archive. Bones was good. He'd known that already, but the letter confirmed it. She was pursuing this with genuine intent, not political theater. A second owl arrived before he'd finished his tea. This one was small and agitated, and the letter it carried was written in a hand Harry knew as well as his own. Harry, what is happening? We saw the prophet this morning and Mum won't stop crying and Dad had to go to the ministry and nobody will tell me anything. Did Dumbledore really steal from you? Did he really? The cupboard, Harry, is that true? You never told me, you never said anything about a cupboard. Please write back. Please tell me what's going on. Are you okay? Harry stared at the letter for a long time. He could hear Ron's voice in the words, confused, hurt, scared. This was his best friend. His first friend. The boy who'd shared his chocolate frogs on a train and stood beside him against trolls and basilisks and Hungarian horntails. And Ron's mother had taken 340,000 galleons of Harry's money. He set the letter aside. He'd answer it, he owed Ron that much, but not yet. Not until he knew more. Not until the investigation revealed whether Molly Weasley had known what she was taking. A third letter arrived with a Hogwarts owl. McGonagall. Mr. Potter, I do not have adequate words for what I am feeling this morning. I read the transcript of yesterday's session 3 times, and each time I felt more ashamed of my own failure to see what was happening under my nose. You deserved better from all of us. From me personally. I was your head of house and I did not protect you. If there is anything I can do, anything at all, you need only ask. Minerva McGonagall. Harry set that one aside too, but more gently. McGonagall hadn't known. He was certain of that. She was many things, stern, sometimes blind to Dumbledore's flaws, but she wasn't corrupt. Her letter read like genuine devastation. He'd write back. He'd write back to all of them. But first, the wards pulsed. Someone at the door. Multiple signatures, 1 familiar, 2 unknown. Harry drew his wand and moved to the entrance. Through the wood, he felt Daphne's magic, clean and cool, like river water, and 2 others. Neutral, controlled, similar to hers in their discipline. He opened the door. Daphne stood on the landing with a man and woman who could only be her parents. Lord Cyrus Greengrass was tall, silver-templed, with the same sharp blue eyes as his daughter. Lady Isabel Greengrass was dark-haired and elegant, with a warmth in her expression that Daphne hadn't yet learned to project. Harry. Daphne stepped forward. My parents wish to speak with you. I hope the hour isn't too early. Not at all. Come in. They settled in the study, Harry behind the desk without thinking about it, the Greengrasses opposite. Daphne took the seat nearest him, a positioning choice that wasn't lost on her father, whose eyebrows rose by a fraction. Mr. Potter. Lord Greengrass spoke with measured formality. First, our congratulations on yesterday's proceedings. It was masterfully executed. Thank you. And thank you for your family's support. Your vote carried weight with the neutral bloc. It did. Greengrass studied him with an assessor's eye. I'll be direct, Mr. Potter. My daughter has briefed us on the alliance she's proposed. We're in full agreement. But I want to understand your longer-term intentions. Specifically, Dumbledore is falling. That's clear. The vacuum he leaves will be enormous, not just the chief warlock position, but the entire political architecture he built over 50 years. Someone will fill that space. Greengrass leaned forward slightly. I want to know if it's going to be you, and if so, what kind of leader you intend to be. Harry appreciated the directness. No games, no circling. Daphne had learned it from somewhere. I'm not Dumbledore, Harry said. I don't want to be a kingmaker who controls everything from behind a desk. But I'm not going to pretend I don't have power, or that I don't intend to use it. He met Greengrass's eyes steadily. My immediate priorities are, resolve the Dumbledore situation legally, address the threat of Voldemort's return, and reform the Wisengamot's vulnerability to the kind of one-man dominance that allowed this to happen. Reform? Lady Greengrass spoke for the first time, her voice carrying genuine interest. No single position should have the unchecked authority that Dumbledore enjoyed. The chief warlock shouldn't be able to unilaterally control someone's life the way he controlled mine. Guardianship oversight, financial transparency, accountability mechanisms, the system failed because it trusted one man's judgment completely. Harry paused. I don't want anyone to have that power. Including me. The Greengrasses exchanged a look, the kind that married couples develop over decades, an entire conversation in a glance. That, Lord Greengrass said slowly, is the most reassuring thing you could have said. He stood and extended his hand. The House of Greengrass stands with you, Mr. Potter. Not just for today, for whatever comes next. Harry shook his hand. I'm glad to have you. After her parents left, Daphne lingered. She perched on the edge of the desk, the first casual thing Harry had ever seen her do in his space, and regarded him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You impressed them. Was that the point of this visit? Partly. They wanted to take your measure. She tilted her head. My father said, on the way here, that you remind him of your mother. He met her once, at a ministry function when he was young. He said she had the same quality, the ability to make people trust her because she actually was trustworthy. He said it was disarming. Is that a compliment? From my father, it's the highest praise he gives. Daphne's expression shifted, becoming more serious. Harry. There's something I need to tell you, and you're not going to like it. He braced. What? I have sources in Slytherin. People who talk to people who talk to me. She paused. There was an attempt last night. Someone tried to break into the Gringotts records office. Gringotts security stopped them, but the attempt was made. Harry's hands tightened. Dumbledore? Unclear. It could be him trying to destroy evidence. It could also be someone acting on his behalf without his knowledge, a loyal follower trying to protect their master. Daphne's voice was careful. But there's another possibility. The people who received money from your vault, some of them have very strong incentives to make the records disappear. If it can be proven that they knowingly accepted stolen gold, they're criminally liable. Exactly. Moody, Snape, possibly others, they have every reason to destroy that evidence before Bones gets to it. Harry was already moving, crossing to the desk, pulling parchment toward him. I need to contact Ragnarok. The original evidence needs to be secured, copies aren't enough if they can claim the originals were fabricated. Already done. Daphne's smile was sharp. I sent word to Gringotts last night. Ragnarok moved the primary evidence into the deepest vault they have, a dragon-guarded level that no wizard has ever breached. Copies are with Vane, with Bones, and in a sealed deposit that will release to every newspaper in Britain if anything happens to you. Harry stared at her. You did that last night? I anticipated this. She shrugged one shoulder, elegant, dismissive. It's what you're paying me for. I'm not paying you. Figure of speech. But her eyes were warm, and Harry felt something expand in his chest that had nothing to do with the Merlin legacy. Thank you, he said. Seriously. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, we have another problem. One that's bigger than evidence security. She reached into her robe and produced a folded piece of parchment, high quality, familiar cream color. She handed it to Harry. He unfolded it and read. To the heir of Merlin, you have made a bold move. I am watching with interest. Dumbledore was always an obstacle, and you have removed him elegantly. But you should know, the old fool's war preparations, misguided as they were, served a purpose. With him diminished, the path is clearer. For both of us. I have no quarrel with you that cannot be resolved. You have power. I have power. Perhaps we should discuss what the world looks like without Albus Dumbledore standing between us. Lord Voldemort. Harry's blood went cold. Then hot. Then steady. Where did this come from? It was delivered to Greengrass Manor at midnight. Attached to a dead raven. Daphne's voice was controlled, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders. He knows about the alliance. He's watching. Harry read the letter again. The tone was, almost conversational. Collegial. As if Voldemort was extending a professional courtesy. I have no quarrel with you that cannot be resolved. He's lying, Harry said. The prophecy guarantees we can't coexist. He knows that. He might not know the full text of the prophecy. Doesn't matter. He tried to kill me 4 times. This isn't an overture, it's a test. He wants to see how I respond. Whether I'm afraid. Whether Dumbledore's fall made me vulnerable. Harry set the letter down on the desk and smoothed it flat. Then he picked up his quill. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked. "Responding. Harry, he wants to know who I am without Dumbledore." "I'll tell him." Harry wrote quickly, his quill scratching across the parchment in sharp, decisive strokes. When he finished, he held it up for Daphne to read. "Tom, I removed Dumbledore because he was a thief and a liar, not because he was your enemy. Don't mistake my actions for an opening. You have nothing I want. You offer nothing I need. And you are not my equal, you're a problem I haven't gotten around to solving yet. Enjoy the breathing room while it lasts." Harry Potter. Daphne read it. "Read it again." Looked up at him with an expression that was equal parts admiration and exasperation. "You're going to antagonize the most dangerous Dark Lord in a century. He's already trying to kill me. Being polite won't change that." Harry folded the letter. "This tells him 3 things. First, I'm not afraid. Second, I don't need Dumbledore to face him. Third, I know his real name, which means I know his secrets. That last one will bother him most." "You're right." Daphne exhaled slowly. "It's insane, but you're right. Showing fear or willingness to negotiate would make you look weak. This." She gestured at the letter. "This establishes you as a threat in your own right. Independent of Dumbledore. That's the point." Harry summoned Hedwig with a whistle. She landed on his arm, and he fixed the letter to her leg. "Hedwig, take this to wherever Tom Riddle is hiding. Don't let yourself be caught. Come straight home after." Hedwig hooted with a confidence that suggested she considered Dark Lords beneath her concern, and launched through the window. Daphne watched her go. "You just sent your pet owl to deliver a declaration of war to Voldemort." "She's not my pet. She's my partner." Harry turned from the window. "And it's not a declaration of war. It's a statement of fact. He and I were always going to end up facing each other. The only thing that's changed is that I'm not doing it on Dumbledore's terms anymore. On your terms instead. On my terms." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she crossed to him, close enough that he could see the pulse in her throat. "You know," she said, "most people would be terrified right now. I was terrified in the graveyard. I was 14 and alone and outmatched, and I watched a boy die. This," he gestured at the letter, at the flat, at the ring on his hand, "this isn't terror. This is clarity. That's the most frightening thing you've ever said to me." But she was smiling when she said it, small and real and just for him. The next 3 days collapsed into a blur of activity. Bones's investigation moved with startling speed. Formal interviews were conducted. Arabella Figg broke down crying in the first 5 minutes and confessed everything she knew, which was considerable. She'd been paid to watch Harry, yes, but she'd also reported the abuse repeatedly. Had documented it. Had begged Dumbledore to intervene. He'd told her it was necessary, that the blood wards required Harry's misery, a lie, as the goblin ward experts confirmed in sworn testimony. Moody was harder. He'd lawyered up immediately, not with Vane, who would have laughed him out of the office, but with a competent defense solicitor named Burke who specialized in national security cases. Moody's defense was that he believed all funding was legitimate and had never questioned the source. It was, potentially, true. Moody's focus had always been operational rather than financial. Snape refused to cooperate entirely, citing obligations that made his testimony impossible. Bones wasn't satisfied with that answer, and the investigation into his payments was ongoing. And Molly Weasley, the interview with Molly happened on Saturday morning, 3 days after the Wisengamot session. Harry wasn't present. Bones conducted it privately, but Vane attended as Harry's legal representative and briefed him afterward. She claimed she was told the money came from a fund Dumbledore established from his own accounts, Vane reported, sitting in Harry's study with his notes spread before him. A charitable fund for order families in need. She says she never questioned it because Dumbledore told her it was taken care of, and she trusted him implicitly. Do you believe her? Vane considered. I believe she didn't know it was your money specifically. But. He hesitated. But. The earmarking. Subject integration and monitoring. Molly confirmed that Dumbledore asked her to, in her words, make Harry feel at home, and to keep an eye on him and report any concerning behavior. She saw it as pastoral care, mothering. But she was reporting to Dumbledore. Regularly. Details about your behavior, your mood, your relationships with her children. Harry closed his eyes. The kitchen at the Burrow. The hugs. The sweaters. You're as good as a son to me, Harry dear. How much of it was real? How much was performance, conscious or not? She was crying through most of the interview, Vane continued quietly. Kept saying she loved you, that the money didn't matter, that she would have done it for free. And I think that might actually be true. But it doesn't change the fact that she accepted payment for it, and that she reported on you, and that she never once asked where the gold was coming from. Is she criminally liable? Probably not. She's a recipient of stolen goods, but if she genuinely didn't know the source, the criminal threshold isn't met. Vane paused. Harry. It's not my place to give personal advice, but, the Weasley situation is going to require a conversation. Soon. Before the press gets hold of the specific payments and turns it into a circus. Harry knew he was right. He'd been putting it off, and he couldn't anymore. I'll handle it, Harry said. Today. He went to the Burrow. Not by Flo, not by Owl to announce himself. He operat, the Merlin legacy had made it effortless, requiring no formal instruction, as natural as breathing, to the edge of the property's wards and walked up the lane in the afternoon sun. The Burrow looked the same as it always had. Crooked, ramshackle, warm. Chickens in the yard. Gnomes in the garden. The smell of baking drifting from an open window. It was so familiar it hurt, a physical ache behind his sternum. Ron spotted him first. He came barreling out the back door before Harry reached the gate, gangly and red-faced and looking like he hadn't slept in days. Harry. Bloody hell, Harry, where have you? Ron reached him and stopped short, taking in the robes, the ring, the way Harry stood. You look different. I am different. Harry met his best friend's eyes. Ron. We need to talk. Is your mum home? The kitchen was full when Harry entered. Molly at the stove, Arthur at the table with the prophet spread before him, the twins lingering by the door. They all went still when Harry appeared. Molly's eyes went red immediately. Harry, dear, she moved toward him, arms outstretched, and Harry stepped back. It was a small movement. Just a single step. But it stopped Molly cold, and something in her face crumbled. Please sit down, Harry said. His voice was level. Daphne's advice echoed in his mind, don't do it alone. But he had to. This was family, broken, complicated, possibly false family, but family nonetheless. He owed them the dignity of privacy. They sat. All of them, Molly and Arthur across from Harry, Ron and the twins hovering, Ginny appearing at the doorway. Harry looked at them and felt the war between what he wanted to feel and what the evidence demanded he feel. I need to ask you some questions, Harry said. And I need honest answers. Not what you think I want to hear. Honest. Arthur nodded. His face was gray with strain, but his eyes were steady. Ask. Molly. Harry looked at her directly. Did you know the money came from my vault? No. The word burst out of her like a physical thing. No, Harry, I swear it. Albus told me it was from his own fund, a support fund for families who were helping the order. I never, Harry, I would never have taken your money knowingly. You have to believe, I want to believe you. Harry's voice was quiet. I'm trying to. But I need you to tell me about the reporting. The updates you gave Dumbledore. About me. Molly's hands were shaking. Arthur reached over and covered them with his own. He asked me to watch over you, Molly whispered. To make sure you were adjusting, that you were happy, that you were healthy. I thought, Harry, I thought he was a concerned guardian asking a trusted friend to look after a child. I told him how you were doing. Whether you were eating well. Whether you seemed happy. I thought it was caring. Did he ever tell you to do specific things? Influence me in specific ways? Molly's face crumpled further. Arthur answered instead. He suggested, Arthur said carefully, that Harry should feel the burrow was home. That we should make him part of the family. Molly didn't need convincing, she already felt that way. But yes, Dumbledore encouraged it. Specifically. Silence stretched. Ron was staring at his parents with an expression of dawning horror. The twins were unnaturally still. Did he suggest that Ron befriend me on the train? First year. The silence that followed was answer enough. Molly's tears were flowing freely now. Arthur closed his eyes. He mentioned, Arthur said, barely above a whisper, that Harry Potter would be on the Hogwarts Express. That he'd be alone and overwhelmed. That it would be kind if Ron introduced himself. Arthur opened his eyes, and they were anguished. Harry, Ron's friendship with you is real. Whatever Dumbledore intended, my son genuinely loves you. You're his best friend. That wasn't manufactured. Harry looked at Ron. His best friend was staring at him with eyes that begged, please believe me, please don't take this from us, please, Ron, Harry said. Did you know? No. Ron's voice cracked. I didn't know any of it. Mum told me there'd be a dark-haired boy who might need a friend, and then I met you and you were Harry. You shared your chocolate frogs and you didn't know about Quidditch and you were nervous about the sorting and he swallowed hard. You're my best mate. That's real. I don't care what Dumbledore planned, that's real. Harry believed him. Looking at Ron's face, open, desperate, incapable of the kind of sustained deception that would be required, he believed him completely. I know, Harry said, and Ron's whole body sagged with relief. I know it's real, Ron. Ron made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob and closed the distance between them, gripping Harry's shoulder. Don't you ever scare me like that again. I thought, the prophet said, I thought you might, I'm not going anywhere. Harry gripped Ron's arm in return, and something that had been tight in his chest for days loosened. Then he looked back at Molly. Mrs. Weasley. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think you knowingly hurt me. But you accepted money, a lot of money, and you didn't ask questions. You reported on me to a man who was stealing from me. And whether you meant to or not, you were part of a system that kept me controlled and ignorant. He paused. I need time. To figure out what this is. What we are. Molly was weeping silently, nodding. Arthur had his arm around her, his own eyes bright. That's fair, Arthur said roughly. More than fair, Harry. Take whatever time you need. We'll be here. The money, Harry said. I'm not going to pursue it legally. Bones has already determined there's no criminal liability. But I want you to know, Dumbledore used your family as tools. The same way he used everyone. You deserve to be angry about that. Oh, I'm angry, Arthur said, and for the first time Harry heard steel in the mild man's voice. I'm furious. That man sat in my home, ate my wife's food, and used my family as instruments of control against a child we love. If I ever see him again, you'll let the legal system handle it, Harry said firmly. For my sake. Please. Arthur's jaw worked. Then he nodded. Harry stood. He needed to go, the emotion in this room was thick enough to drown in, and he had work to do. But he paused at the door. "Ron. Would you come to my place tomorrow? There's a lot I need to tell you. About everything that's been happening. I could use my best friend." Ron's smile was watery but real. "Yeah. Course. I'll be there." Harry left the burrow with the sunset behind him and the complicated weight of a fractured relationship that might, with time and honesty, become something stronger than what it had been before. Different, yes. Changed. But maybe that was all right. Maybe everything needed to change. He was halfway across the field beyond the burrow's wards when he felt it. A disturbance in the air. A wrongness, like a tuning fork struck at a frequency that set his teeth on edge. The ring blazed hot on his finger, and Harry's wand was in his hand before his conscious mind registered the threat. The curse came from his left, a bolt of sickly green that split the twilight air. Not the killing curse, the color was wrong, more yellowish, but dark, aggressive, meant to incapacitate. Harry didn't dodge. He deflected, a shield snapping into existence without words, without thought, pure instinct amplified by the Merlin legacy. The curse hit the shield and shattered into fragments that scorched the grass. Two figures. Masked, robed in black. Death Eaters, moving with the practiced coordination of trained fighters. They'd been waiting, positioned here, outside the burrow's wards, knowing Harry would have to cross this ground. The second curse came fast on the first, a cruciatus from the figure on the right. Harry felt it coming before he saw it, felt the malicious intent like heat on his skin, and his shield shifted, rotated, caught it and held it vibrating against the barrier. "Wrong move," Harry said quietly. He pushed. Not a spell, not exactly. Something deeper, something the ring taught him in the space between heartbeats. He pushed his magic outward in a wave that hit both attackers simultaneously. Not to harm, to overwhelm. A wall of pure magical force that slammed into them like a physical thing. The attacker on the left flew backward 15 feet and hit the ground hard, rolling. The one on the right managed to brace, throwing up a shield, but the force drove them to their knees. Harry closed the distance to the kneeling attacker in 3 strides. His wand touched the mask and it dissolved, revealing a face he didn't recognize, pale, sharp-featured, young. Maybe 25. Eyes wide with terror. "Who sent you?" Harry's voice was calm. His magic wasn't. It pressed against the Death Eater like a vice, holding him immobile. The Dark Lord, the man was gasping, struggling against pressure that Harry was exerting without conscious effort. He said, test the Potter boy, and... You were supposed to be, you shouldn't be this." The man's eyes darted to the ring, to the magic visible in the air around Harry like a heat shimmer. "What are you? Tell your master something for me." Harry leaned in close, and his eyes, Lily's eyes, green as killing light, held the Death Eaters with absolute command. "Tell him his test failed. Tell him the next time he sends someone after me, he'd better come himself. Because anyone less won't be walking home." He released the magic holding the man, stepped back, and the Death Eater scrambled away, grabbed his fallen companion, and disapparated with a crack that echoed across the empty field. Harry stood alone in the gathering dark, his heartbeat steady, his breathing even. The ring pulsed once, warm, approving, and settled. 2 Death Eaters. Sent to test him. And he'd handled them without casting a single offensive spell, just raw magical force, projected through will and amplified by blood legacy. Voldemort had his answer now. The response letter had been a statement, this was a demonstration. Harry apparat home. Daphne was waiting in his flat when he arrived, he'd given her the ward key 2 days ago, a gesture of trust that neither of them had commented on directly. She took one look at his face and stood. What happened? Death Eaters. 2 of them. Waiting outside the burrow. Harry shed his outer robe, which had a scorch mark on the left sleeve from the first curse's fragments. Voldemort sent them to test me. Are you? I'm fine. They're not. Harry crossed to the desk and sat, running a hand through his hair. I need to think about security. Not for me, for the people around me. The Weasleys, Neville, your family. My family's manor is warded to the same standard as Gringotts, Daphne said, but her voice was tight. The Weasleys are more exposed. I'll talk to Sirius. The Black family has protective ward schemes that rival anything Dumbledore ever placed. We can layer them over the burrow. Harry looked up at her. She was standing by the window, silhouetted by the city lights outside, and her composure was fractured, just slightly, around the edges. Daphne. I'm fine. I know you're fine. I can see you're fine. That's not, she stopped. Breathed. Started again. When you said Voldemort was testing you, my first thought wasn't, is Harry all right? It was, how many did he send and was it enough? Because I already knew the answer was no. Nothing he sends will be enough. She turned from the window and her eyes were fierce. You're something they don't have a category for, Harry. You're not a student and you're not a soldier and you're not a politician, you're all of it at once, and you're 15, and it's terrifying. Extraordinary. She crossed the room and sat on the edge of his desk, close enough that their knees almost touched. I'm not afraid of you. I want that to be clear. I'm afraid of what this world is going to ask of you, now that they see what you are. I'd rather they ask than demand. Harry held her gaze. And I'd rather choose my battles than have someone choose them for me. Is that what Dumbledore did? Chose your battles? Dumbledore chose everything. My whole life was a script he wrote, the abused childhood for emotional conditioning, the specific friendships for loyalty building, the annual life-threatening tests to harden me for the confrontation he'd planned. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. The only thing he didn't plan was me finding out. What would he have done? If you hadn't gotten that Gringotts letter? Kept spending my money. Kept me ignorant. Aimed me at Voldemort when the time was right and hoped I'd die nobly enough to fulfill whatever prophecy he'd built his strategy around. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. Instead, I'm alive. I'm aware. I have more money and more power than he ever did. And I'm going to deal with Voldemort on my terms, not his. What are your terms? I'm still figuring that out. Harry leaned back in his chair. But I know they don't involve being a sacrificial lamb. Whatever this prophecy says, and I need to hear the full text eventually, I'm not going to my death willingly because an old man decided it was necessary. Good. Daphne said it with a finality that closed the subject. Then, lighter, you said Ron's coming tomorrow? Yeah. I need to bring him into this properly. He's my best friend, and I've been shutting him out. Can he handle it? The political complexity, the Ron's not stupid. Harry's voice held an edge of defensiveness that surprised him. People underestimate him because he's not academic. But he's the best strategic mind I know in a crisis. He thinks in chess, moves, counter-moves, sacrifice plays. I need that. Daphne held up her hands. I wasn't insulting him. I was asking whether he can handle the emotional complexity. His family's involved. His mother took money. That's a lot to process for someone who's also trying to be your friend. Harry considered that. He's stronger than people think. And he deserves to know everything. I won't be Dumbledore, I won't keep secrets from the people I trust. All right. Daphne slid off the desk. I should go. Tomorrow's going to be busy, Bones's team wants to interview you formally, and there's the matter of what to do about Hogwarts with Dumbledore suspended. What do you mean? Someone needs to run the school. The Board of Governors will meet this week to appoint an interim head. You have a dormant seat on that board. She raised an eyebrow. McGonagall would be the obvious choice, and she'd be good. But you could influence that decision if you wanted to. McGonagall's the right person, Harry said immediately. I'll write to the board tomorrow confirming my support. Straightforward as always. Daphne gathered her cloak. At the door, she paused, that same threshold moment that was becoming a pattern between them, a space where something unspoken hung. Harry? Yeah. The Death Eaters. Did you hurt them? Not permanently. Why? Because I want to know, if you had to, could you? Harry met her eyes. In the low light of the flat, the question hung between them, not a challenge, not a judgment. A genuine desire to understand what he was capable of, and therefore what they were building together. If I had to, Harry said. Yes. Daphne nodded. Good night, Harry. Good night, Daphne. Ron arrived at 10 the next morning, looking simultaneously nervous and determined. Harry sat him down in the study with tea and told him everything, the full story, start to finish, holding nothing back. The vault. The theft. The ring and its legacy. The political maneuvering, the Wizengamot session, the alliance with Daphne, the Death Eater attack. Ron listened with an intensity Harry had rarely seen from him. He asked sharp questions, about numbers, about timing, about who else was involved. Chess player questions, probing for the structure behind the events. And Dumbledore, Ron said when Harry finished. Where is he now? Stripped of positions. Under investigation. His assets frozen. Harry paused. But not in custody. Bones doesn't have enough yet for an arrest warrant, the political complexity makes her cautious. He's planning something. Ron's voice was flat with certainty. A bloke like that doesn't just roll over. He's had 2 days without his positions, that's 2 days of thinking, and Dumbledore's dangerous when he thinks. I know. What would you do? Ron was quiet for a long moment, staring into his tea. When he looked up, his expression was the one Harry recognized from chess matches, focused, calculating, 3 moves ahead. He's got 2 plays, Ron said. Either he doubles down, finds some way to make himself necessary again, probably by engineering a crisis that only he can solve, or he runs. Goes underground, builds a shadow operation, and becomes the thing he always secretly was, a puppet master without the pretense of legitimacy. Which one? Doubles down. He's too proud to run. And he still believes he's right, you could see it at the trial. He didn't look guilty. He looked misunderstood. Ron set his tea down. He'll try to force a situation where people need him. Where you need him. And the easiest way to do that, Voldemort, Harry said. Yeah. If Voldemort makes a major move, a public attack, something terrifying, Dumbledore positions himself as the only one with the experience to fight back. The guy they need, regardless of what he's done. Ron met Harry's eyes. You have to get ahead of that. You have to show people that Dumbledore isn't necessary. That there's already someone standing between them and the Dark Lord. Me. You. Ron's grin was lopsided, familiar, and it cracked something open in Harry's chest. Mate, you just told me you threw 2 Death Eaters across a field without casting a spell. I think you can handle the PR campaign of, I'm tougher than Voldemort's minions. Harry laughed. Genuinely laughed, for the first time in, he didn't know how long. God, I've missed you. Yeah, well. Ron's ears went pink, but he was grinning. Someone's got to keep you grounded. All this Merlin's heir business, next thing you know you'll be wearing a crown. Never. Good. You'd look stupid in a crown. Ron leaned back in his chair, tension finally bleeding from his shoulders. So. What's next? What do you need? I need you. Your brain, your instincts, your loyalty. Harry held his best friend's gaze. This isn't a small fight, Ron. It's Dumbledore and Voldemort and the entire political structure of magical Britain. I have Daphne for the politics, Neville for the backbone, Sirius for the family. I need you for the strategy. Greengrass, eh? Ron's eyebrow quirked. She's fit. She's my political ally. She's fit and your political ally. Not mutually exclusive. Ron dodged the balled-up parchment Harry threw at him, cackling. All right, all right. I'm in. Obviously I'm in. You didn't even need to ask. I wanted to ask. No more assumptions. No more taking anyone for granted. Ron's expression softened. Yeah. I get that. He stuck out his hand. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley versus the world. Again. Harry took it. Again. They spent the afternoon working. Ron devoured the political landscape information Daphne had compiled, asking questions that revealed an intuitive understanding of power dynamics that his academic grades never hinted at. By evening, he'd identified 3 Wizengamot members who might be persuadable with the right approach, people with personal grudges against Dumbledore who hadn't yet been contacted. This one, Ron said, tapping a name on the list. Tiberius Ogden. Resigned from the Wizengamot 2 years ago in protest when Dumbledore supported some ministry policy he hated. If you reached out, one powerful dissident to another, he might come back. I'll write to him tonight. And this woman, Griselda Marchbanks. She ran your emancipation hearing, yeah. She's got history with Dumbledore. Ancient history. Gran mentioned once that they fell out decades ago. How does your grandmother know Griselda Marchbanks? Everyone's grandmother knows everyone else's grandmother. It's like a secret network. Ron shrugged. Point is, she's sympathetic already. Formalize it. Harry nodded, making notes. This was what he'd needed, Ron's instinctive understanding of human networks, the social web that Harry could never navigate as naturally. The fire in the grate flared green at 7:30. Sirius's head appeared in the flames. Harry. Turn on the wireless. Now. Harry crossed the room and tapped the wireless set with his wand. It crackled to life mid-broadcast. Repeat, Azkaban prison has been breached. Multiple high-security prisoners have escaped, including Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and 7 others. The ministry has issued a state of emergency. All citizens are advised to. Harry's hand tightened on the edge of the desk. Beside him, Ron had gone white. Voldemort, Harry said. Has to be. Sirius's face in the flames was grim. 10 Death Eaters. His inner circle. He's rebuilding his army, Harry. Ron. Harry turned. What did you say earlier? About Dumbledore engineering a crisis? Ron's jaw was tight. He didn't need to engineer it. Voldemort just did it for him. Sirius, where's Dumbledore right now? No one knows. He left his home in Godric's Hollow yesterday morning and hasn't been seen since. Harry's mind raced. The Azkaban breakout was Voldemort's move, aggressive, public, terrifying. Exactly the kind of event that would make people scream for Dumbledore's return. And Dumbledore was conveniently absent, letting the fear build, letting the public remember why they needed him. He's waiting, Harry said aloud. Waiting for people to beg him to come back. Waiting for me to fail publicly so he can sweep in as the savior. What do we do? Sirius asked. Harry stood straighter. The ring pulsed, warm and ready. His magic expanded to fill the room, pressing against the walls, flooding through the wards, reaching outward toward the city and the country beyond. We don't give him the chance. Harry's voice was firm, controlled, decided. Sirius, contact Bones. Tell her I'm offering the full resources of the Potter and Merlin estates to support the DMLE's response. Gold, wards, whatever they need. Ron, we need to move our timetable up. If Dumbledore's playing the long game, we play faster. And you? Sirius asked. Harry looked at his reflection in the darkened window. The ring's violet light played across his features, casting his face in strange shadows that made him look older, harder, more like the thing the prophecy had made him. "I'm going to go find 10 escaped Death Eaters," Harry said. "And I'm going to bring them back." "Harry," Sirius started. "Not alone." Harry held up a hand. "I'm not stupid. But I'm not hiding either. Voldemort sent a message tonight, he wants the world to know he's powerful. I'm going to send one back." He pulled his formal robes from the hook by the door, the Merlin violet and silver, the crest blazing at his chest. "The world needs to see that there's someone between them and the darkness. Someone who isn't Albus Dumbledore." Ron was on his feet. "I'm coming with you." "Ron, don't." Ron's voice was steel. "Don't even start. You said you need me. This is me. Right here, right now, when it's dangerous and stupid and necessary. That's what best friends do." Harry looked at him, gangly, determined, brave in a way that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with character. Ron Weasley, who'd followed him through a trapdoor at 11, through a spider's nest at 12, who'd come back every time. "Okay," Harry said. "Let's go." Sirius's face in the flames was proud and terrified in equal measure. "Be careful. Both of you." "We'll be back," Harry promised. He gripped Ron's arm and they turned together, dissolving into the between space of apparition, and the flat went quiet behind them. The war, the real war, not the political skirmish of the Wizengamot, had begun. And Harry Potter was not going to hide from it. Chapter 5, The New Order. They materialized on the Scottish coast 3 miles from Azkaban, the North Sea roaring below the cliff edge. The wind was savage, salt-laced, freezing, carrying the faint psychic residue of Dementor misery even at this distance. Ron staggered on landing, gripping Harry's arm for balance. "Bloody hell." Ron squinted into the darkness. "You can feel them from here." Harry could feel much more than that. The ring was alive on his hand, pulsing in rhythm with the ley lines running deep beneath the ocean floor, and through it his awareness stretched outward like a net cast over miles. He could feel the island, a knot of dark magic and despair. Could feel the breach in the wards, ragged and violent, like a wound in the fabric of the protections. And moving away from it, scattered across the water and the mainland beyond, 10 points of dark magical signature fleeing into the night. "I can track them," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "All 10. They're spread out. 4 went south, probably heading for a rendezvous point. 3 went north. 2 east. And 1," Harry turned his head, his awareness pinpointing the final signature. "One's close. Very close. Less than a mile." "Which one?" Harry focused. The magical signature was twisted, feverish, crackling with unstable energy. 14 years in Azkaban had warped it into something barely human. But beneath the madness, there was a core of vicious power that he recognized from Neville's descriptions, from the trial transcripts, from the screaming in his own nightmares. Bellatrix Lestrange. Ron's hand went to his wand. "Right. Her first, then." They moved together across the moorland, Harry leading, guided by the sense the ring provided. The terrain was rough, heather and exposed rock, treacherous in the dark, but Harry's magic lit his path in ways that had nothing to do with sight. He knew where to step the way a bird knows where the wind is. Half a mile inland, the signature stopped moving. Waiting. Or resting. Azkaban's prisoners weren't in peak physical condition after more than a decade of Dementor exposure. Harry raised a fist and Ron stopped instantly behind him. They crouched in the shelter of a granite outcrop, and Harry pointed. 50 yards ahead, in the lee of a ruined crofter's cottage, a figure huddled. Thin to the point of skeletal, wild black hair matted and tangled, prison robes hanging like rags. But even diminished, even broken by Dementor proximity, Bellatrix Lestrange radiated menace. She was muttering to herself, rocking, one hand clutching a wand. She'd gotten a wand from somewhere, stolen or provided by whoever had organized the breakout. Plan. Ron breathed. I take her down fast. You watch my back in case she's not alone. Harry, she's killed people. Tortured people. She's not going to come quietly. I know. Harry stood. His magic rose with him, vast and calm and absolutely ready. She doesn't have to come quietly. She just has to come. He walked out of cover and into the open ground between him and the ruined cottage. Didn't hide, didn't creep. Just walked, his robes billowing in the sea wind, the Merlin crest catching what little moonlight broke through the clouds. Bellatrix's head snapped up. Her eyes, sunken, manic, burning with that particular Lestrange madness, found him in the dark. She scrambled to her feet with a speed that belied her wasted frame. Who? Her voice was a rasp, a ruin of what had once been aristocratic diction. Then her eyes widened. Recognition sparked, not of Harry specifically but of the ring. Of the power emanating from him. What are you? Harry Potter, he said. And you're going back. Bellatrix laughed. The sound was a broken thing, shattered glass scraping over stone. The baby Potter. The little half-blood who defeated my lord. She raised her stolen wand, and her laughter curdled into something savage. My lord will reward me for bringing him your head, she cast. No words, just a slash of her wand that sent a whip of purple fire screaming toward him. It was fast, savage, the kind of magic that comes from madness and complete disregard for consequences. Harry caught it. Not deflected. Not shielded. He raised his left hand, the ring hand, and the curse stopped, hanging in the air 6 inches from his palm like a living thing pinned in amber. The purple fire writhed, fighting against whatever force held it, and Harry could feel its construction, dark, layered, designed to flay flesh from bone. He closed his fist and it died. Bellatrix's laughter choked off. For the first time in perhaps her entire life, uncertainty crossed her face. She cast again, faster, wilder. A cruciatus followed by a killing curse followed by something Harry didn't recognize, a twisting black thing that screamed as it flew. Harry moved. Not with spells, with will. The Merlin legacy flowed through him like a river finding the sea, and he pushed it outward in a wave that met her curses mid-flight and unmade them. Not blocked, dissolved. As if they'd never been cast. The magic that composed them simply ceased to exist, returned to raw potential by a force older and more fundamental than any dark art. Bellatrix screamed, in rage now, not triumph. She threw everything she had, curse after curse after curse, the air between them boiling with dark magic. And Harry walked through it. Step by step, calm as a sunrise, every curse dissolving before it reached him, his magic shrugging off the assault of one of Voldemort's most dangerous followers as though she were a child throwing pebbles at a mountain. He reached her in 8 steps. Her wand arm was trembling now, exhaustion or fear or both. He looked into her mad eyes and saw, beneath the insanity, the dawning recognition that she was facing something beyond her comprehension. Neville Longbottom's parents, Harry said quietly. Frank and Alice. Do you remember them? Bellatrix hissed. The Longbottoms? They screamed so prettily, Harry's hand closed around her wand wrist. His magic clamped down, not through her body but through her magical core, pressing it flat, compressing it until she couldn't have cast a Lumos if her life depended on it. Bellatrix shrieked. It wasn't pain, it was violation. A witch's magic was her being, herself, and having it suppressed was worse than any cruciatus. That's what you took from them, Harry said. Their minds. Their magic. Their selves. He tightened his grip and she dropped to her knees, gasping. You're going back to Azkaban tonight. And this time, you'll stay. He stunned her with a pulse of red light that hit so hard it threw her body back 3 feet. She lay still in the heather, unconscious, her stolen wand rolling away across the ground. Ron appeared at his shoulder. "Merlin's balls, Harry. One down." Harry looked northeast, his awareness already reaching for the next cluster of signatures. 9 to go. But the rest are further away and probably moving faster. We can't get all of them tonight. No. But we can get some. Harry sent a Patronus, prongs, blazing silver, 20 feet tall, toward the Ministry with a message for Bones, Bellatrix Lestrange captured on the coast north of Azkaban. Coordinates enclosed. Send retrieval team. The stag turned and galloped south, trailing light that wouldn't fade for an hour. The group of 4 heading south, Harry said, his mind already working. That's the priority. If they reach London, they disappear into the magical underground. Can you handle a fight? Ron's face was pale but set. Can I handle, Harry? I've been fighting beside you since we were 11. Ask a stupid question. Harry grinned. Let's go, then. They caught the southern group outside Manchester. For Death Eaters, Dolohov, Rookwood, and 2 Harry didn't immediately recognize, holed up in an abandoned mill on the outskirts of the city. They'd established hasty wards, amateur work compared to what Harry could feel with the ring's senses, and they were arguing. Harry could hear them as he and Ron crouched in the shadows 30 yards away. Should have been a portkey waiting. He said there would be, the Ministry will have detection nets up by now. We move on foot until, Dolohov. Someone's out there. Harry cursed internally. One of them had wards up after all, just tripwire detection, nothing sophisticated, but enough to alert them. Forget subtle, Harry said, and stood. He hit the mill's wards with a focused blast of power that shattered them like spun glass. The building's walls didn't fall, but every protective enchantment layered over it dissolved in an instant, leaving the 4 Death Eaters naked to the night. They came out fighting. Dolohov first, tall, brutal, casting with the efficiency of a seasoned killer. His curse, the same purple flame thing he'd hit Hermione with in the Department of Mysteries in another timeline that hadn't happened yet but that Harry somehow knew about, information the ring fed him from some ancestral memory, streaked toward Harry's chest. Harry didn't bother catching this one. He sidestepped, let it pass, and returned fire with a stunner that hit Dolohov square in the chest with enough force to lift him off his feet and send him crashing through the mill's wall. The brickwork exploded outward. Dolohov didn't get up. Ron, beside him, was already engaging Rookwood, trading spells with a fierce concentration that showed he'd been practicing far more than anyone at school gave him credit for. Rookwood was experienced, dangerous, but Ron was fighting smart. Keeping distance, using the terrain, forcing Rookwood to waste energy on shielding. Harry trusted Ron to handle it and turned his attention to the other 2. They'd recovered from the initial shock and were coordinating, flanking, one casting shields while the other attacked. Harry didn't give them time to execute. He reached down through his feet, through the ground, into the ley line running beneath Manchester, a thick, powerful current of raw magic, and pulled. Power surged up through him in a torrent, and he channeled it into a single spell he hadn't known he knew until this moment. The ground beneath the 2 Death Eaters rippled like water. Stone and earth flowed upward, wrapping around their legs, their waists, their arms. In 3 seconds they were encased to the chest in solid rock, wands pinned at their sides, completely immobilized. One of them was screaming. The other had gone silent, staring at Harry with the fixed expression of a man facing something he'd only ever heard about in legends. Behind him, Ron shouted, a cry of effort rather than pain, and Harry turned in time to see a stunner connect with Rookwood's temple. The Death Eater crumpled. Ron stood over him, chest heaving, wand still extended, grinning wildly. That's for everyone you've ever hurt, you rat bastard, Ron panted. Then he looked at Harry, and at the 2 Death Eaters encased in stone, and his grin widened. Showing off. Efficiency. Harry sent another Patronus to Bones with coordinates and a capture report. That's 5. We've got the northern group and the 2 heading east still loose. Ron wiped sweat from his forehead. We've been at this for 2 hours. The Ministry can get the rest, we've proven our point. Harry considered. Ron was right, the point wasn't capturing every escaped prisoner. The point was being seen doing it. Being the force that responded while Dumbledore hid. Being the answer to the public's fear. You're right, Harry said. Let's go home. The Morning Prophet ran the story above the fold, headlines screaming in 2-inch type, Potter captures 5 escaped Death Eaters in one night including Bellatrix Lestrange, Merlin heir responds to Azkaban crisis, Dumbledore still missing, where is the former chief warlock? The article, Marsh again, thorough and well-sourced, detailed the captures with breathless admiration. Eyewitness accounts from the Ministry retrieval teams. Ron's involvement, prominently credited. The Patronus messages, the efficiency, the sheer power implied by the capture methods. And the subtext, clear as a headline, Harry Potter did in one night what the Ministry couldn't, and he did it without Dumbledore's help. The natural question, do we need Dumbledore at all? Was left for the reader to answer. Harry read it over breakfast and felt satisfied, but not triumphant. 5 captured meant 5 still loose, and Voldemort was still out there, still planning, still building towards something terrible. This was a skirmish, not a victory. Daphne arrived at 9, vibrating with controlled energy. She placed her own copy of the Prophet on the desk and met his eyes. You've done something extraordinary, she said. Not just the captures, the optics. Yesterday afternoon, people were afraid. They were starting to whisper about Dumbledore, about needing him back. And then you went out and personally dismantled 5 of Voldemort's most dangerous followers in a single night. She sat down. You've replaced him, Harry. In the public mind, as of this morning, you are the protector of magical Britain. I don't want to be a symbol. Too late. You already are. The question is what kind of symbol you want to be. She pulled parchment from her bag. I've had 3 owls this morning. 2 Wizengamot members, Ogden and Marchbanks, both wanting to formally align with you. And the third is from the International Confederation of Wizards, requesting a meeting to discuss the Supreme Mugwump vacancy. Harry blinked. They want me to, not yet. But they want to know who you'd support for the position. Daphne's smile was razor-sharp. In political terms, that means they already consider you the kingmaker. Harry pushed the paper aside. I'll deal with that later. Right now I need to think about Dumbledore. He broke his silence this morning. Daphne produced a second piece of parchment, a clipping from what appeared to be a letter published in the Prophet's op-ed section. Read. To the people of magical Britain, the events of recent days have pained me deeply. I accept the Wizengamot's decision regarding my position and I do not contest the charges brought against me. I acted as I believed necessary, and I accept that others may judge those actions differently. But I write today not about myself. I write because Lord Voldemort has returned, and 10 of his most dangerous followers now walk free. This is the threat I spent 14 years preparing for, the threat I used every resource available to me to guard against. I ask only this, do not let anger at my mistakes blind you to the danger before us. I failed Harry Potter in many ways. But the war I fought with his stolen gold was real, and it is upon us now. I remain committed to this fight, regardless of my personal circumstances. If called upon, I will serve. If not, I will watch, and hope, and trust that those who have replaced me are equal to the challenge ahead. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. The man was good, devastatingly good. Every word was calculated. The admission of wrongdoing without excuse. The pivot to the larger threat. The positioning as humble servant, willing to help but not demanding. And that last line, trust that those who have replaced me are equal to the challenge, a subtle knife. A suggestion that perhaps they weren't. That perhaps, eventually, the world would need him again. He's playing the long game, Ron said from the doorway, where he'd appeared with tea. He'd read the letter over Harry's shoulder. He's not fighting the criminal case. He's conceding that ground entirely. He's repositioning for when the war gets bad enough that people forget what he did because they need what he can do. Will it work? Harry asked. It might, Daphne said honestly. If you let him control the timeline. If the war drags on, if people get scared enough, if Voldemort does something spectacular enough, yes, some people will cry out for Dumbledore regardless of his crimes. Then we don't let the war drag on. Harry's voice was quiet but absolute. We end it. Fast. Before Dumbledore can rehabilitate himself and before Voldemort can build enough power to make people desperate. Ron and Daphne exchanged a look. Then Ron said what both of them were thinking. Harry, ending a war against Voldemort fast means finding and confronting him directly. It means knowing what makes him immortal, because something does. He survived the killing curse reflecting back at him, and destroying it before you face him. Horcruxes, Harry said. The word dropped into the room like a stone into still water. Ron stiffened. Daphne's eyes narrowed. How do you know about, Ron started. The ring. Harry raised his hand, the violet stone pulsing. The Merlin legacy includes, knowledge. Things that surface when I need them. I've known since I put it on that Voldemort fractured his soul. Split it into pieces and anchored them to objects. He tapped his forehead, where the scars sat thin and white. This was one. The ring destroyed it when I claimed my inheritance, burned it out like cauterizing a wound. Ron sat down heavily. You had a piece of his soul in your head. Since I was 15 months old. It's gone now. Harry felt the absence of it every day, a lightness behind his eyes, a clarity of thought he'd never experienced before. There are others. I don't know how many or where they all are, but I have resources Dumbledore never had. The Merlin Library. The ring's knowledge. Goblin detection magic. And money, Daphne added quietly. Enough money to fund an entire Horcrux hunt without anyone else's help. Can you feel them? Ron asked. The way you felt the Death Eaters last night? Harry closed his eyes. Reached outward, the way the ring had taught him, not searching for magical signatures but for something specific. That dark, fractured resonance. The feeling of a torn soul anchored to the physical world. There. Faint but present. A wrongness pulling at the edge of his awareness, far to the south. And another, closer, sharper, practically screaming its presence once he knew what to listen for. Yes, Harry said, opening his eyes. I can feel two of them right now. One is south, far south, I'd need to triangulate. The other is. He frowned, focusing. London. Somewhere in London. Close. Then we go, Ron said simply. Today. Why wait? Every day we wait is a day Voldemort gets stronger, a day Dumbledore gets sympathy, a day someone else might die because we weren't fast enough. Ron's expression was fierce. You said you wanted to end this on your terms. Your terms, your timeline. Let's go. Daphne stood. I'm coming. Daphne, don't. Her voice was cool steel. Don't tell me this isn't my fight. Voldemort's return threatens my family, my future, everything I care about. And I'm not deadweight, I'm the best defensive caster in our year and you know it. She met his eyes without flinching. I told you I wasn't a soldier. I'm not. But I'm not sitting at home while you risk your life either. Harry looked at her, composed, fierce, certain. Then at Ron, loyal, determined, already on his feet. All right, Harry said. Both of you. But we do this smart. The one in London first, it's closest and I can pinpoint it better the nearer we get. He closed his eyes again, reaching for that dark resonance. The ring responded, sharpening his perception, and the signal clarified. Not just London, a specific location. Old magic, layered protections, a building he recognized from the signature even though he'd never been there. Grim old place, Harry said. Sirius's house. There's a Horcrux in Sirius's house. They went immediately. Number 12, grim old place materialized between its muggle neighbors as Harry approached, responding to Sirius's blood ward permission that extended to Harry as family. The house was empty. Sirius was at the ministry, working with Bones's team, and the Order members who'd been using it as headquarters had been asked to leave after Dumbledore's fall. Harry felt the Horcrux the moment he crossed the threshold. A vile pulling sensation, like a hook in his navel, drawing him downward. Into the house, toward the back, below. Kitchen, Harry said. Below the kitchen. They descended. The kitchen was as grim as Harry imagined Sirius's childhood home would be, dark, oppressive, decades of pure-blood mania seeping from the walls. But Harry moved past it all, following the trail of wrongness to a cabinet against the far wall. He pulled it open. Inside, among dusty bottles and tarnished silver, sat a heavy gold locket bearing the crest of Slytherin. "Don't touch it," Harry said sharply as Ron reached forward. "It's protected. Cursed. And it fights back." Harry could feel it, the fragment of soul inside, aware of them, pressing against its container, radiating malice. It wanted to be worn. Wanted to be close to living warmth so it could feed, corrupt, control. He reached for the ley line beneath the house. London was built on a nexus of them, thick and powerful, and drew power up through the foundations. The ring channeled it, shaped it, and Harry pressed the energy against the locket with surgical precision. The locket screamed. Not audibly, magically. A psychic shriek that made Ron and Daphne stagger, that set every dark artifact in the cabinet rattling. The soul fragment thrashed, throwing off waves of despair and terror. "I am Lord Voldemort, I am eternal, you cannot destroy me." Harry pushed harder. The Merlin legacy wasn't just power, it was authority. The authority of the oldest magical bloodline in Britain, the right to command magic at its most fundamental level. And at that fundamental level, a Horcrux was simply magic being used incorrectly. A soul fragment pinned where it didn't belong, violating the natural order. Harry's magic said, "No. Return." The locket cracked. A fissure ran across the face of the Slytherin crest, and through it bled a dark vapor, the soul fragment, torn free of its anchor, dissolving in the air like smoke in a wind. The shrieking intensified for one terrible moment, then ceased. The locket fell to the cabinet floor, inert. Empty. Just a piece of gold. "Christ," Ron whispered. He was white-faced, pressed against the far wall, but he hadn't run. Hadn't even looked away. "Is it dead?" The fragment, yes. Harry's hand was shaking, the first physical sign of strain he'd shown. The ring was hot on his finger, cooling slowly. "That's 2 down. The one in my scar, and this one. How many more?" Daphne asked. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were wide. Harry reached outward again. The southern signal was still there, unchanged, distant. But now, with one more fragment destroyed, the connection was slightly clearer. He could feel the shape of the network, the remaining anchors, their approximate number. 3 more, he said. Maybe 4. I can feel 3 clearly. There might be one more that's too well hidden to detect from here. Where? South. One of them is very far south, continental, maybe. One is. Harry focused. West. Rural. Hidden in something old. And the third, he strained, the signal fading in and out. The third is at Hogwarts. Ron swore quietly. Daphne's expression tightened. "Of course there's one at Hogwarts," she said. He was obsessed with the school. It would be the perfect hiding place, generations of magical protection, thousands of students providing ambient magical energy. "Can you destroy them the same way?" Ron asked. "That thing you just did?" I think so. Each one might be different, different protections, different containers. But the core principle is the same. Harry looked at the dead locket on the cabinet floor. The Merlin legacy gives me the authority to simply undo them. To tell the magic holding them together to stop. Then we go, Ron said. Hogwarts next. Harry considered. McGonagall's there. The school's empty for summer except staff. I should contact her first, we can't just walk in without explanation. Write to her, Daphne said. Brief, factual. Tell her you need access to the school for security reasons related to Voldemort. She'll give it without hesitation after what happened. Harry nodded. I'll send word now. We go tomorrow at first light. They left Grimmauld Place as the afternoon sun slanted through London's grey sky. The locket remained behind, dead metal in a dead house, and somewhere, in whatever hole he'd crawled into, Voldemort would have felt it die. Would have felt the sudden absence where a piece of his soul had been. Let him feel it. Let him know that his immortality was being systematically dismantled. Let him be afraid for once. McGonagall was waiting for them at the gates of Hogwarts the following morning. She looked like she hadn't slept, dark circles beneath her eyes, her mouth set in a hard line, but she was steady, professional, utterly dependable. Mr. Potter. She surveyed his companions, Ron, Daphne, and Neville, who'd insisted on coming when Harry sent word the previous evening. Mr. Weasley. Miss Greengrass. Mr. Longbottom. A pause. You said in your letter that there was a dark artifact hidden in the school. Connected to you-know-who. Yes. Harry didn't elaborate further than necessary. I can locate it. I need access to the castle. McGonagall nodded once, crisply. You have it. And Mr. Potter, for what it's worth, I read the Prophet this morning. What you did for Sirius Black, and what you did capturing those prisoners. I am very proud to have been your professor. Thank you, Minerva. Her eyes widened slightly at the use of her first name. Then she almost, smiled. Come inside. I'll escort you. The castle was strange when empty. Corridors that usually thrummed with student energy were silent, echoing, the suits of armor standing sentinel over nothing. Harry walked through the entrance hall and felt the school's magic respond to him, not as a student this time, but as the Merlin heir. The castle recognized him. He held the bloodline of its creator's teacher, and the ancient wards bowed in acknowledgement. 7th floor, Harry said, following the pull of the Horcrux. Something hidden. Something lost. They climbed. McGonagall kept pace without complaint, her wand drawn, her tartan robes billowing with the speed of their ascent. Past the moving staircases, past the sleeping portraits, up and up until they reached the corridor where, 3 times a week in his previous years, students walked past a stretch of blank wall without knowing what lay behind it. The room of requirement. Harry paced 3 times before the wall. I need the place where things are hidden. I need the place where something terrible was concealed. The door appeared. Harry pulled it open and stepped into a cathedral of lost things. Mountains of objects, broken furniture, banned books, discarded clothing, potion bottles, weapons, toys. A landscape of forgotten detritus stretching into shadow. And somewhere in it, hidden among the mundane, a fragment of Voldemort's soul. It's here, Harry said. Give me a minute. He closed his eyes and let the ring guide him. The Horcrux called, faintly, concealed, but present. Harry walked forward into the maze of junk, turning left, right, straight ahead, following the thread of wrongness through the labyrinth. He found it on a bust of an ugly old warlock, tucked behind a wardrobe. A tarnished silver tiara, delicate, beautiful despite the grime, with a sapphire that gleamed even in the dim light. Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry murmured. Of course. He drew the ley line up. Hogwarts sat on the most powerful magical convergence in Britain, and the energy available was staggering. It flowed into him like a river breaking a dam, and he shaped it with the ring's authority and pressed it against the diadem with absolute command. Return. Release. End. The diadem shrieked, higher, wilder than the locket, the fragment inside more aware, more desperate. It threw images at him, Voldemort's face, young and handsome, full of terrible purpose. The making of the Horcrux, murder, ritual, the rending of a soul. And beneath it all, a plea, I am forever, I am immortal, you cannot, you are nothing, Harry's magic answered. You are a violation. And I am the correction. The diadem cracked down the center. Black smoke poured from the fissure, writhing, screaming, and then, silence. The sapphire went dull. The metal tarnished to gray. Dead. Harry lowered his hands. His allies stood behind him, Ron, Daphne, Neville, McGonagall, and not one of them had moved to stop him or interfere. They'd trusted him. Watched him work. 3 down, Harry said. 2 or 3 to go. They found the next one that same afternoon. Harry's awareness, sharpened by proximity to the destroyed fragments, reached further than before. The western signal clarified as they descended from the castle, not just west, but a specific location. An old house. A family home. The Gaunts' shack in Little Hangleton. They apparat together, landing on a dirt road in the English countryside. The shack was barely standing, a hovel, really, walls leaning, roof half collapsed. But the wards around it were vicious. Layered with curses that would kill anyone who touched the wrong thing. Harry dismantled them in under a minute. The Merlin Authority treated dark ward magic the way sunlight treated shadows, simply overwhelming it by existing in its space. The curses fell apart, the protections dissolved, and Harry walked through the rotting door as if entering his own home. The ring was in the floor, hidden beneath a board, placed inside a gold box. A gold ring with a black stone. The resurrection stone, Harry realized with a start, though Voldemort clearly hadn't known that's what it was. This one fought harder than the others. The curse on it was specifically designed to tempt, to make the finder put it on, to kill slowly with a withering hex that would spread through the body like gangrene. Harry felt the pull of it even through his own ring's protection. The desire to see his parents. To speak with them. He pushed it aside. Not because he didn't want it, he did, fiercely, but because he knew the difference between desire and need. He needed Voldemort dead. He desired his parents' voices. The first was non-negotiable. The second was a weakness his enemies could exploit. Return. Release. End. The stone cracked. Not the resurrection stone itself, that survived, ancient and indestructible, but the soul fragment housed within it. Burnt away like dross from gold, leaving the hallow clean and empty and waiting. Harry picked up the ring carefully. The black stone sat in its golden band, inert now, merely an artifact rather than a weapon. He slipped it into his pocket. For down, he said to his waiting friends. Ron calculated. You said maybe 1 or 2 more. One that I can feel, it's far. Continent, definitely. The other. Harry paused. There might be 1 more. Something I can't sense because it's hidden differently. Alive, maybe. A living container. His snake, Daphne said immediately. Nagini. I've read the intelligence reports, the way he keeps her close, protects her beyond what any wizard should care about a familiar. Yes. Harry felt the rightness of it. The snake. And 1 more object, hidden somewhere I'd need to search for. The cup, McGonagall said suddenly. They all turned to her. She stood in the doorway of the shack, her expression grave. Dumbledore, before everything, mentioned to me once that he suspected Voldemort had hidden something in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. A cup. Hufflepuff's cup. Bellatrix's vault. Harry almost laughed. I have the resources of Gringotts behind me. Ragnar would probably break into that vault for fun if it meant destroying a piece of Voldemort. So we have a plan, Ron said. The cup in Bellatrix's vault. The snake, which is wherever Voldemort is. And then, Voldemort himself. He looked at Harry. Can you do this? All of it? Harry felt the ring pulse. Felt his magic, vast, ancient, the legacy of the most powerful wizard who'd ever lived, flowing through his blood like fire and starlight. Yes, he said. I can do this. It took 3 more days. The cup was retrieved from the Lestrange vault with Gringotts' enthusiastic cooperation. Ragnar personally oversaw the extraction, his toothy grin suggesting that violating a Death Eater's vault was the most fun he'd had in decades. Harry destroyed it in the bank's deepest chamber, the fragment screaming and dying beneath the Merlin authority, and Ragnar actually applauded. That left only Nagini. And Nagini was wherever Voldemort was. The evening after the cup's destruction, Harry sat in his study at Horizon Alley with all his allies gathered. Sirius, Ron, Neville, Daphne. Vane was there too, for legal rather than combat matters, and he left after briefing them on Dumbledore's criminal case. Formal charges had been filed, a trial date set for August. When the solicitor was gone, Harry laid out the situation. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. 1 remains, the snake. Voldemort knows by now. He's felt each one die. He'll be panicking, guarding the last fragment with everything he has. Harry looked around the room. I'm going to find him. And I'm going to end this. Not alone, Sirius said immediately. No. Not Claude Opus 4.